You,
Shaky.
Oh, it says Chad Tech Guy instead of Hassler Hospitality.
I have changed that. Yeah, just so everybody's clear.
try washing your webcam real quick.
I'm working on product placement.
Boom, got it.
All the product placement.
All right, so can I do?
Sarah, I've just sent you the live streaming link.
I got it.
I'll put it in chat for everybody else.
Was that to service driven? Yes.
It's to Telegram. I sent it to
Oh,
you on
Telegram. Oh, I got a message on. It must be on. Okay. Got that.
Is there a way to turn the brightness down on my camera?
No, you're just that white.
I am.
You haven't been outside in a while.
The reflection off my face.
Oh, I have. Hang on. Oh, somebody's sharing the
What's
screen.
that about?
Hey, Tim,
Hey.
did you mean to share it?
I don't think you did.
Nope, he didn't.
Just watch what's in your Chrome browser tabs, everybody.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
You're fine, Tim. Don't worry about it.
This is like a double date with 150 couples.
So here's a real quick funny story. Since I've been learning to Zoom on this, I've been happy hour Zooming with some friends of mine. And we got a little tipsy the other night, and I was playing around with the virtual backgrounds. And you guys know that text message that's been going around with the big naked black guy?
No.
Nope.
Anybody know that?
Nope. That's that one.
Then I guess the story's not going to be worth telling.
And on YouTube as well.
Since it's live streaming right now, maybe you can save that one for the post show that we don't
Save that one for later, another time.
Another time.
All right.
Okay, we're going live, Root. Should be famous.
Root's already live.
Yep, we are live.
Yeah.
I'm charging it right now.
Oh, I gotta cook my potato.
Small thing.
Well, yeah, like I ran out because we didn't want to say no to anybody. We did eventually say no, which is actually the first time I've ever heard Luke say no in my knowing him.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I was impressed. But that meant that I gave my horses away.
I would have given you mine only because I'm in here, so I can't prep them while I'm running.
True, and you also don't eat potatoes generally, so I should have just stolen yours. But we sent Corning was packed first, and we sent that like as soon as it was packed. So, and then it was then Utica, which was the big one.
So did you end up short? Because I had an extra one.
Did I end up short?
Did you end up short anywhere?
I mean, we made some things work creatively.
I had 4.
Yeah, I didn't get potatoes.
Oh, that people didn't pick up?
No. The ones that were under my personal name.
Oh, yeah.
I had 4 and I only needed 3.
Oh, I thought that you were 3 for your 2 kids and your wife.
Yeah, my one kid would be going to bed momentarily. So.
Got it.
Thank you, though.
Okay.
But I was like, shit, did they end up without one?
No. I mean, we counted it. I put 4 in the spreadsheet for you.
Gotcha.
And Maddie follows spreadsheets like, oh, she's my girl.
She was awesome.
Yeah, she is awesome.
I gave her a glass of wine. Hope you don't mind.
No, please do. I would have given her a bottle. I'm with you.
She was really helpful because
yeah.
like when those 110 descended on the bar, I was like, oh my God, like I just had no idea how to organize it.
No, I know. And we had just done it at Pure and she put all the names on all the boxes and we did the key together. So she already knew all the things.
It was dead nuts.
Yeah.
It
That's
was
why I sent her. Well, why we sent her. With Luke's Suburban, which is hilarious.
Oh yeah, I stayed inside. I didn't see what she brought it in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so one of the people is a staff writer for Sevier, Shane Mitchell. I don't know if
Oh yeah. That's awesome.
I don't know if she intends to write, but
I hope so.
Ian's coming back up. I want him to clear surroundings.
Make sure that
hey Sarah,
Yes.
have you heard from anyone that didn't get all of your awesome emails today?
One person from Corning Inc. did not get them.
I've got a friend of mine who's saying he didn't get them. He's checked his junk mail.
Okay. I had 4 people unsubscribe, like from the mailing list. And I don't think that was intentional. I think it was probably a service or a firewall that kicked them.
Okay.
If you send me their email, I will send them the link.
I'll text it to you right now.
Perfect.
Side pocket. All right, all I need is my email address.
for dinner. And he goes, I want pancakes with letters and a fruit.
Perfect timing. My computer wants me to reboot right now.
all the Windows updates.
Yeah. Hey, Dave.
Kathleen Thompson said.
Luke, I'm going whiskey already, so.
I'm with you on that, Tim. I am with you.
So strange.
I know. Welcome to it.
25 minutes. You ready?
Hi, Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Dave is muted, so he might have to unmute himself.
Hello. Where's Miss Sarah?
I'm here.
Doing it.
She may
I'm
have
at
to-
Tim. I am with you.
All the rest of them, they're gonna like plate. stuff.
Oh, strange.
I'll just-
Welcome to it. We might want to mute.
Yeah, I heard it. I'm not sure where it's coming from.
So he might have to unmute himself.
All right, I think I found it.
Where is she?
Okay, thanks.
I don't see the car. Or the person.
Basically, for right now, I'm just going to try and make sure that I keep the chefs unmuted and all the other participants. They should enter unmuted, but they obviously have the power to, or they should
Yes.
enter muted, but they have the power to unmute themselves. So I'll try to keep people muted for the time being.
I have the mouse hooked up to like the other computer and it's really freaking me out because I like keep grabbing it yeah.
I have the same issue.
Okay, so this is the one. So Tim, this person's about to get an email invitation, but it's not pretty. It's just going to have the link in it.
That's fine.
Boom. Sent.
Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. Okay, I'm gonna go take 10 minutes and break down my bullet points that I was supposed to do about 15 minutes ago. I will be back.
Sure, hold on a
Yeah,
second.
you're good
Oh,
to
go ahead.
break
Yes.
before we keep going, right?
Send the link to Erin McCormick.
I did. I forwarded it to her. You need it again?
She said she didn't get it, but
Okay, hang on.
So I think I'll, since we've done,
Yes.
leave the meeting for now, right? You want to leave it on this?
Yeah, we can leave because we're.
I muted Dave.
Thank you. Okay. As far as I know, everybody who needs that link has that link. Perfect. Oh, I want to put the hashtag in this. I gotta go peel my potato and get
You mean your celery?
yeah, that's dining inside out. Boom. Okay.
How's what?
This meeting was fun.
It's fine. It's good.
Is she,
Okay.
she the one who's doing the,
She's the boss.
okay, so she's the one.
Sarah is the boss.
Okay, and then who's Chris Johnson?
Chris is the host. He's like the guy who's going to be hosting the thing.
Why can't we see him?
He stepped away. See when they take their picture off. Oh,
Can you do this one? Why'd you mute?
I didn't mute it.
Nope, this one is first.
Chad, is it all right if I mute it while I'm here with my kids, or do you
Oh,
want?
sure. No, you can mute. If you don't need to talk right now, feel free to mute yourself.
Sounds good.
Is the YouTube link up yet?
It is up. It's in the chat of the Zoom meeting. You may have to click the chat button to expose it to see it, but it's there. That YouTube link is there.
Actually, you can get a link from the top on the top left and send you right to it. Looks like. Actually, you can get a link from the top left and send you right to it.
Luke, I got it. I'm gonna pop it out on Facebook now.
Cool. I'm just working on my product, but trying to get sponsored. Oh. You can come out here. He can come out here, but if he gets Riley.
Can you guys hear us?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yay, great. We are just opening the wine.
All right, no worries. We're just gonna mute you for a second while we get ready for the show. You'll have the ability to unmute yourself, but while everybody's joining, we want to make sure that the only people that can talk are the chefs that'll be hosting the event. And then once we break you out to your tables, you'll be able to open up and converse with the other people you're meeting with.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, the other question I have to ask you, is there not in which you operate, declare a state of emergency? Yes.
Chefs, the live stream link is up on Provisions by Pure Facebook page. So if you guys want to share it to your audiences, go right ahead.
A little station. Yeah. And
All right, I'm just gonna mute everybody for a second. As people start rolling in, just want to welcome everybody to the pre-show. I'm Chad, the tech guy, hosting the pre-show, which there is no entertainment during the pre-show, except for everybody fumbling with their devices and trying to make sure that everything works. But we will be getting started here in a few minutes. So if you cracked open a bottle of wine, please enjoy, and we'll get started here soon.
Okay, I am back.
Sarah, we're gonna jump down to the tech room real quick.
Heard.
Oh, wait. No, we're not. Because we can't yet. Check your Telegram.
I feel like an air traffic controller right now. Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Plan.
So do you have a list besides the one that you sent me where you were taking name to table, name to table, name to table?
Just the one that I sent you that I made last night, and I took it from the master that I built.
So it's only based on the email address.
Yeah, I have. So they filled out a form. Let me share it with you.
If we have the based on the name, what I can do while people are talking is I can start doing the assignments in Zoom now. I can't necessarily associate email address with a name that's in that they're coming in as.
Oh. Okay.
And I think that's why Zoom is getting freaked out, because nobody actually signed in with a Zoom account.
Right.
They just clicked the link. And so they're coming in with whatever name they had associated with.
Right. Okay. Let me see.
I think we're able to change our names to our email addresses, if that would help you.
Let's do a live test of that and let's see if it works.
That would be amazing.
So if you click in the top right corner, there's 3 little dots in your square, and then you can click rename, and then you can type in there whatever you want it to be. So do you want it to be the email that we signed up
Yeah,
with?
try that and let's see if it automatically assigns you to the right table.
Okay.
Okay, let's do breakout room. What table were you, Amanda? You probably don't know.
No, she does not.
It's like,
Oh, Vance Lake, that's table 14.
Yeah, it did not.
Don't see 3 dots and how to do it.
Oh, you're okay. Yeah, so no, that it doesn't matter because it didn't work. No problem. I will keep working on an alternative solution here.
Do you want me to get their names?
Basically, if I could make those email address fields that I have say a name, then I could start doing it pretty quickly. I'm just going to
I
start
can fill in the
working-
CSV. I have almost all of them memorized. It's disgusting.
Okay. If you do that, I'll start working through it best I can now while we wait to get started, and we'll go from there.
Got you.
You guys need help from me?
What was that, Luke?
Do you need help from on my end? Kelly's here.
I think I'm okay. Chad, did I send you that in Telegram last night or like the
You sent to me
CSV?
via the CSV you sent to me in Telegram. Yep.
Telegram, okay. Got it.
How do we get
Did
more
we have-
wine?
Did we have to create the, that's a good question. Is that Joe?
Right out of the bottle, huh?
Oh yeah, it's that way. I mean, I'm not sharing with anybody, so who cares?
Chad, you need first name, last name, or just one field with name?
One field with name is fine.
Heard. Switching from Mac to.
Chad, are you playing music tonight?
No, unfortunately, if we play music on the YouTube live stream, it kills the live stream. So no, unfortunately, we don't have music. We did share the Apple playlist in the chat for people if
And
they have Apple Music.
Kathleen created one in Spotify. And so I'm going to send it to you in Telegram, Chad, if you want to share it in the chat. I'm just not in there.
Oh, you know what? I just figured out a button to recreate assignments, and some people have moved into the appropriate rooms.
Oh my God.
Not
Yes.
not everyone, but some people have moved into their
Listen,
assigned
some
rooms.
is better than nothing.
Yep.
Happy. So that means that the table numbers are working. So
The
it's not like
table
we have to
numbers are
rename.
here, yes, and I see, so for example, Joshua Clay is at table 13, which corresponds.
He should be with
Yep.
Scott Bickham.
Yep, and
Yes.
so I will add him because he did not come in there. So
Okay, awesome.
Were we supposed to get like table numbers?
No.
No.
We pre-assigned them.
yep, it's not stuff that you guys would actually click into. We basically had a list populated, so when we open up the tables, you just get tunneled into the room you're supposed to be in. And right now, we're just trying to make sure that we have everybody sitting in the right assignments, and we're getting there. We've made more progress in the last 30 seconds than we did in the last 10 minutes, so that's positive.
Chad, make sure I'm at Denise Ackley's table.
Denise Ackley, you got it.
The Phillips want Denise Ackley's table too.
Wow, all right.
Hey, Melanie.
Getting some
There's
funky
the
feedback.
Spotify playlist. Yep, I'll mute people that don't need to be on.
Awesome, thank you.
There we go.
Hi, Mom.
We'll ask folks just, I know everybody's starting to join in and the Zoom meeting is going to get packed. So unless you're a chef that's going to be talking and hosting the event, we just ask your mic muted for the time being. And we will, we'll have you unmute once we get you into your table assignments.
Okay.
Go back to ours. Where's Bobby and?
Some people aren't putting the pictures up, huh? Or they're
Okay,
just
so
not-
I have to- Where's Dave?
Mute right there, right? So I'm on mute.
Okay, we got her. Yep.
I don't know who that one is.
25. Melanie DeGraw. Okay.
Mute. Okay.
Sell it. And
I gotta check my potatoes.
Hey, Chad.
Yep.
I got my dad telling me that he's trying to log into Zoom and it's giving him a message that says the meeting has reached its max of 100 participants. Please
Oh,
try again
no.
later.
Okay.
Whoa, that's
So
like, it's
do we
supposed
need
be
to
higher
upgrade?
than that.
I thought it was 300.
That's what I thought too. Bear with me.
Okay. Doing a great job, Chad. Hair looks great.
Thank you.
I'll tell you when you have to upgrade. I'll tell you when.
If you had hair.
Could be user error on his part, but I'm just passing that along to you.
We appreciate it, Tim. If you need to upgrade, Chad, just do it.
Yep. Do one.
I just have a quick question. My picture of you guys is super, super tiny. It's not filling up the screen. Do you know a trick to have me fill up the screen?
Yep. So you might be on gallery view instead of speaker view. So are you on a PC?
Yep. Adele.
Yep.
Yeah. Just a.
Yep. So in the top right-hand corner of the screen, you'll see an icon that might say speaker view. Almost looks like a cinema, one of those clip things. Do you see that?
Well, you were big and now you're super small.
Yeah, so there's either gallery view or speaker view, and it looks like
Here we go. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
all right, no problem. Okay.
Yeah, that's happening to more than one person now.
Yep, I have done the upgrade, so we should be at
Got it.
300 participants.
Got it.
Who is sharing their screen? Let's get that out of here. There we go.
Yeah, looks like you're 108, 109. There you go. You're doing
Yep.
great, Chad.
Hey, thanks.
He gets it done.
Sarah,
Yes.
I invited Rose. You saw that.
Yes.
She showed up here.
Oh, maybe she just wanted to sit next to you, but 6 feet apart.
No, she didn't.
No, no, she didn't get that it was a Zoom meet. Hi, Rose. It's a virtual broadcast. You could have stayed home. No, you didn't want to. Okay.
It's boring at home.
Well, you can get on the computer over there if you want.
It's boring at home, she says. Chad, I have some of this done, so I'm just dropping the latest one in Telegram to you.
All right, perfect.
And just going to keep giving you progress as I go.
Yep. Folks, we'll get started here in just a second. Bear with us. We are just working through a few technical issues. As you know, we've done this at least 100 times before this, so we should have it down without an issue. And
no stress. No.
We are working basically diligently in the background to make sure that once we open the tables, you all just get shuffled to your table with the guests that you're meant to sit with without you having to do anything, which was the plan. And if that falls through, our absolute worst case scenario will just be to poll the room quick and make sure. I have some of the table assignments done already, and there may be a few more that we'll be able to do behind the scenes here. But as long as you know who you're supposed to be sitting with, eventually we will get you to a table. And then once those assignments are done, they're done for the evening. And we'll be able to move you in and out of the rooms at will without much trouble. So just bear with us. As long as you're drinking, this should all go fine. And now I'm wondering where my drink is. Unfortunately, the tech guy's not allowed to drink. Yes, there you go.
Here, Chad, we can share virtually.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Partial. Okay.
Really glad I chose host duties rather than tech duties if I can't drink.
Chris, you got to work on your audio.
Yeah, there's some lag there. Hi, Josh.
Can you hear me though? Yes, no.
We can hear you, but there's some serious lag. It's like frame rate death.
And just to clarify for everybody in the chat may actually be a perfect way for us to do this. So,
are we good now?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris. Say it again.
Yes, no.
Yep, Chris. We can see you. However, it is your bandwidth, unfortunately, as super low. So I'm not sure if there's something we can do there to bump your bandwidth, but that's what we're running into right now. So I'm going to let Chris figure out his stuff and
Okay. On Chad, on your end, or do you need me to go into Google Wi-Fi at home?
Can you hear us?
Tell every device.
We can hear you. Yes. Hello.
Let's see where we are.
We'll just make sure that we're going to mute everybody that's not presenting right now, just to make sure that we can hear the hosts.
Chad,
Please
Tim
go.
wants to say a quick something.
Go ahead, Tim.
Well, I wanted to speak a little bit about the wine, but we can do that in the order.
Oh, I thought you meant right now. I'm so sorry. I'm just getting random texts and
Gosh, really put me on the spot there.
I'm sorry. Spotlight Tim. Thank you so much.
So for everyone in the meeting,
Chad,
while we're
are
waiting,
you able to hear me, or is it still wonky?
Chris, I can hear you, but the bandwidth is still saying it's low, and your audio is plenty garbled. We may need to consider, Sarah, you pinch hitting for
Yep,
Chris.
I can do that.
But before we get to that, I just want to get a quick note out to everybody. So as you're coming in, you're getting ready and you're drinking. You don't know your table assignment, which is fine. But if you know who you're supposed to be eating with tonight, if you put that in the chat, I will comb through that just to make sure I have those assignments correct. The mechanism we were using to make sure that happened automatically, it worked about 30% of what I thought it would do. So I'll ask for you to, if you know who you're supposed to be eating with tonight, just put it in chat and I will make sure I get those paired up appropriately.
If we can, if the same person who made the reservation, if you put the names of the people, you don't need to put their email, just put their names in that chat that says, this is my table of this person, this person, this person, this person. That one person who would make a reservation at a restaurant, just like that. If we can do that, that will make it easier for Chad and make us go a little bit quicker. For everybody who's just joining us, we have everybody muted upon entry. Hold on, missing a Zoom link for Margaret. So we are gonna ask you not to talk in the main room just yet, because we have 280, actually 300 people joining us on this broadcast. So just the presenters are gonna be unmuted. We will get you to private rooms with your friends. Chad's gonna be working on that. The original plan is only working 30%. And this is our first time. So yeah.
Doing great. This is going fine.
Love the hair. Chad, is that enough to do? If you do it out of the chat, can you parse from there?
I believe between the chat and what you've sent me, I'll be able to, I'm working through it now. So yep.
Heard. Okay, I've got
Just
one
may
more thing
take
I'm
us a
gonna
little
send you.
while for that to get the room switched over, but I will keep you posted on my progress.
I am sharing a spreadsheet with you right now on Google from Chef Sarah Hassler, the world's most egotistical email address, except for Chad at chadhassler.com.
Except my email, Chad at chadhassler.com.
Right. Well done. Well done.
There must be a Hassler thing in egos.
Yeah, definitely. I blame Dad.
Thank you, everybody, for sending in your table or the people you're sitting with. I am working through that. Thank you so much.
All right. Where are we at capacity wise, number wise?
130 participants currently.
Okay, awesome. I'm going to give just another few minutes for people to get in. I know some people missed the link and there was a little bit of confusion. We were kicking people out at 100 and that's not the case anymore. So we're going to make sure that we have room for everybody and that everybody that has sent me emails and text messages in the last 2 to 3 minutes can get in. Thank you. We worked really hard on that playlist. And by really hard, I mean, we sat there going, yeah, I love this song. Yeah, me too.
I don't have Spotify. I was trying to figure out how to get it.
This is one of those times when you're a really old person.
I know.
Like 100.
Can I just download it like right now?
Thank you. We worked really hard on that playlist. And by really hard, I mean, we sat there going, hi, Margaret.
Sorry, Margaret, I had
You're
to mute
muted.
you as you were coming through there. I apologize.
Okay,
real quick, is the email address Carrie Lynn Roche at AOL.com? Is that Carrie Vito?
No, different Carrie.
Okay, thank you. Just making sure.
No, that's the one that should be with Rebecca Spataro and Elizabeth Coombs.
Got it. All right. Yep, I see her. Perfect. Got it. I don't see Elizabeth Coombs in the Zoom meeting right now. Can anyone confirm if she's joined?
There, it's Beth.Coombs.
Ah, thank you. That makes that way easier. Perfect. All right. Llewellyn.
Chad, I'm going to be joining on my computer just so I can see the chat better.
Yep.
So just going to mute that.
So Marianne should be with Carrie. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Carrie Vito, Marianne. Yeah, let me make sure I have this right. Marianne, Carrie Vito, Beth Coombs, and Rebecca Spatato. Is that Spataro? Is that correct? No,
Nope.
sorry.
Carrie Kane or Carrie Lynn Rock is with Rebecca and Beth.
Got it. So just the three. Perfect. Got that. So then it's, yep, Carrie Vito that I'm looking for. Okay. Found her. All right, Marianne, Carrie.
We're at 134 participants. I'm not 100% sure how many devices are checking in. Let me double check.
All right, Llewellyn and Mary Pat are good. Bill Madison and Matt Wilson.
For those of you who will be reheating food, well, everybody's going to be reheating food, but we have a couple different methods. Kind of depends on the chef and depends on the dish. If you have a microwave and you're happy to use it, awesome. If you are just wanting to use the oven, I would preheat it to 400 degrees right now. So go ahead and take that time to go do that. The way this is going to work tonight is that we're going to walk you through the reheating and the plating of the dish, each course. And then once we have everything plated, we'll dismiss you to your private tables so that you can eat with your party. If you want to sit with a specific person and you haven't put that yet in chat, please do that. That's our backup system, making sure that we have everybody at the right table. And as soon as Chad has that well in hand, we're going to get started. But meanwhile, preheat your oven to 400 degrees. Chefs like it hot. And yes, thanks.
And while we're going through those preheats and technicalities, if there's anybody who had purchased a bottle of wine tonight, specifically the red wine, get it opened up if you don't have it opened up yet. I drank a bottle of that the other day, and it definitely could use an hour or so to open up and breathe. It's a whole different wine in about an hour. You got a decanter, go ahead and decant it. It's a great bottle, but it's really hot and tight when you first open it up.
Sarah, are you able to hear me now?
I can hear you, yes.
Is it laggy as it was before, or is it?
No,
okay?
it's better. It's
Much
better.
Chrome OS, throw them all out. Windows 10, back at it. Do you need higher volume, or is it good?
No, you're good. You're good. Loud.
Having an awesome time now. Thank you. Good. We're back.
Okay. So for anybody who doesn't have, somebody to sit with, the advantage to that, to not going to a private table, and this is because of Luke's idea, so I just want that out there. But the advantage is that you stay in the room with the chefs, and so you'll have an opportunity to chat with us. And Root as well. So I think this is probably where we're going to hover at 1:32, 1:34, as people kind of jump in and out. Chris, are you ready to get started? Did we lose Chris?
He's muted at the moment.
Okay, I'm going to get started.
I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Okay,
I'm
great.
here.
Okay. So
Awesome. So I just want to thank everybody for coming to Social at a Distance. This is a first of its kind event that has not been done anywhere that we found. And we've gathered just under 300 people from across central New York to celebrate being together, right? I think as Kate and I always talk about, this is my wife, Kate Johnson, by the way. Where is that camera? Ron? Yeah. So we always talk about how food is a great unifier and how it brings people together to share a meal, right? There's a lot of things that could be going on, whether it's a pandemic or whether it's your day-to-day, but sharing a meal with somebody and being able to enjoy that with friends, and now a double date with 150 other couples tonight is a new way of enjoying everybody else's presence. So very fortunate to have had 4 chefs from around the central New York area put their minds together and come up with a great program for everybody tonight. Just to do some quick introductions, we have, and if you could come off mute and just say hello so they could be a part of the main screen, we have Chef Sarah Hassler from Hassler Hospitality in Syracuse, New York.
hello, everybody.
We have Chef Luke Houghton from Pure Catering and Events in Auburn, New York.
Hello, everybody.
Oh.
Hello. We have Chef Tim Hardiman from The Tailor and the Cook out in Utica, New York.
Good evening. How is everyone?
Tim. Yay, Tim.
And we have Chef Michael Lanahan from The Cellar Modern Fusion Restaurant in Corning, New York.
Hello, everybody.
Michael.
Hello.
Hey, Michael.
And then we also have Chad, the tech guy, that's been absolutely crushing it behind the scenes for everybody. Thank you, Chad, for solving all the problems and in being able to.
I think he needs a round of applause.
300 people together.
Appreciate it. Thank me when it's over.
That's how I feel. Yes.
I mean, I was told I probably shouldn't have any jokes like Peyton Manning did for the ESPYs or Kevin Hart did, but I think you broke the internet better than Kim Kardashian did. So congratulations on hosting this first of a kind and getting the technology all set up for everybody.
Appreciate that.
So as we go, if you're a friend of mine, please don't text me during this and tell me I'm not funny. I can't hear laughter because everybody's muted, but save it for the after show. But let me walk through what we're going to do today. So we're going to have each chef walk us through how to reheat the course that you picked up, whether it was in Corning, Syracuse, Auburn, or Utica, and how to plate the dish. If you saw any of the photos that came from Sarah and Luke making the dishes, plate it as beautifully as they did and have a great night. After we plate a course, everyone is going to automatically be moved back to your table with your friends to enjoy that social at a distance part. It might be greater than 6 feet, but that's okay. We're all at a long table together. So as you might have known, everybody has been assigned to small group tables so they can video chat with your friends, family, fellow diners while we eat with each course. When it's time to come back to the main room, so to hear from the next chef, we will make sure that you come back in so you can hear from the chefs and enjoy my poor sense of humor after I've had too many drinks. after all 4 courses have been served and enjoyed, we will do questions for everybody. So save your questions. I'm going to turn it quick over to Chad to talk a little bit about our Q&A session during, if you guys need to do that or want to do that. So Chad, it's over to you.
Thank you, sir. So yeah, you'll have the ability to raise your hand. I'm going to ask you not to do it right now just because I'm still figuring out table assignments. But when we're doing the Q&A portion of the event with the chefs, this will be after all 4 courses have been served. You'll be able to raise your hand. And when you raise your hand, I'll basically just queue you up for the chef that you want to ask a question to. And once I queue you up, I'll unmute you. You don't even have to worry about that. And then you can just, once you see you're unmuted, you can ask your question and that chef will chime in and answer it and we'll move through it just like that.
Hey, Chad, how would they raise their hand?
So in your, bear with me.
Okay. Go down
under
reactions, right?
Yeah, I believe there is, well, there are reactions. There was another spot
Yeah,
to
down at
raise
the
your
bottom.
hand.
Down at the bottom far right-hand side, reactions, you can do a thumbs up or oh no, that's not raising your hand. That's
No, there's a way to raise the hand here, and of course now I'm not finding
It's
it. But it
under
is here.
participants. It's in participants.
Ah, thank you.
Teamwork.
Yay, Lou.
Yep. So in participants, you should be able to see a raise hand. Yep. So Camise, KRMSC just did it. And then I can lower your hands for you after your question's been answered.
Barely. Yes.
Yep, perfect. So yep, people are figuring it out. So yep, that's what we'll use for the Q&A portion of the event towards the end. And Chris, I'll kick it back over to you.
Chris.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, this is the part where Chris introduces me to talk about the inception of the event.
It's okay. I'm not tech savvy. I got it. We're back.
Hi. Okay. So welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us via Zoom. And, we might need to mute Michael and Ellen for a minute.
I got Michael muted. He's
Thank
good.
you. Okay, awesome. So thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your patience. You've been amazingly patient with us all week, and we are grateful. We're 4 chefs and a couple of techies, and not, this isn't our go-to method of communication. But I don't think that's true for really anybody here. So we're grateful to you for stepping outside of the box with us. So a couple of weeks ago, the mandate came down to close restaurants, and that was really heart-wrenching for more than one reason, beyond having to let go of staff and change our entire future and change our entire way of life. It also meant that we could no longer host tables of families and celebrations and birthday parties and bridal showers and all the things that we do that really fulfill us as chefs. And I'm lucky to have grown up in the family that I did, where my dad ran a really small grocery store when we were kids in a very rural community. And I remember being 8 years old and crossing the parking lot, because it was next door to our house, that was just covered in like 4 inches of ice, skating across that. And I cannot skate to this day, but just in my sneakers, skating across that ice to get to the store, because we had a diner in the back of the store and it was breakfast and the community was still there. We were one of the few places that had a generator, and there were still people in there having eggs and coffee and, weaving community out of camaraderie in the middle of a storm. And that's what we typically provide at restaurants, is that port in the storm. So with that said, I want to send a couple of quick thank yous. First of all, to Chris and Kate, thank you so much for being here and hosting. To Chad, dude, this would not happen without Chad and his incredible tech skills. He was the first person that we called. To Tim and Michael for participating, especially Michael right now, given that he is in the middle of a Friday night service and that his fine dining restaurant, 60-seat restaurant that I love and spent many years working in as a much younger, much more hot-headed chef. That restaurant has been converted into a takeout spot that does curbside, really focusing on feeding families. They're one of the few restaurants that's open down there right now that's still hanging on with an absolute bare bones staff, really doing an amazing job. And also to Tim, who had never met me and accepted a phone call and said yes to this crazy idea without even really knowing what it was. And I appreciate that faith. And obviously your culinary skills and your patience through all of this. You've been a great communicator and I appreciate that. And finally to Luke, who called me the minute that he heard that restaurants were getting closed by 8 p.m. that Monday and went, what are we gonna do? So this came about from a conversation that night over a glass of bourbon, where we knew that needs were going to change, that people were still going to need each other. People were still going to need food, and more than food, they were still going to need connection. They were going to need respite. That's why we did this. That's why we put the work in. It would not be nearly as awesome as it is without Luke and his incredible eye for detail and support. So yeah, I just want to say all of that quickly before I have too much wine. And Luke, it's your turn. Luke.
You have to unmute yourself, Luke.
Unmute yourself.
Yep.
I'm new at this, okay?
Okay.
You know, I have to say, I don't get nervous speaking to crowds, but this is terrifying to me. It's like looking through a fly's eyes. So we're really excited to do this. I think, like, to Sarah's point, when we were sitting there I guess it was what, 2 weeks ago, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
We came up with the idea and looked at each other right away and we're like, we need to roll with this now. So like, it has been a whirlwind couple weeks, like really putting all these details together. And there's a lot more people behind it than just us. We have a crew of people here. We're one of the few people who has not laid anybody off yet. And we're gonna do our best to keep people employed as long as we can. And if we can figure out a way to do it, we're gonna do it. So I would like to thank them, first of all. Of course, Kelly, who has always been there for me and puts up with my crazy ideas. I have to say that those of you who do know her, she has always been probably the most loyal person in my life. And she's the backbone of this place. And then the girls that work during the day, Ann and Krista, are always there and much appreciated to have, and they're willing to jump in and help wherever we need them. My kitchen crew this week was Steve and Rose. Put in a long day yesterday, and early morning this morning, packing boxes and doing other things just to make all this happen. I'm sure I forgot somebody in there. I don't think so, though. It changes day by day, but I'm grateful for everyone who supports us in the things that we do, because really without them, none of this happens. It's funny, I oftentimes get like emails and stuff, and people like think that you do everything, when really I'm like the smallest part of this business most of the time. So we were inspired last week to really bring people back together, and I think that's what we're trying to do here. And I hope that this is something that we can either continue or maybe someone else continues it. But we look forward to, the inaugural first ever social distancing dinner. The biggest thing we're trying to do right now is spread positivity in the community and, make sure that people have experiences because they're stuck inside most of the time. And I think that that's good for mental health. And for that, I will kick it back to Chris.
Awesome, Luke. You know, thank you so much. I mean, all of the chefs that came together over the last couple of weeks to put this event together, it's been amazing from a back end spot, and I know Chad can probably attest to this, and from a marketing standpoint to get the word out. I'd like to say, you know, before we cut over to Michael to talk about his dish and get it going and show you how to do it, if you guys are on social media, there's 4 accounts that I want you to go follow right now. If you're on Instagram, I'm going to go Instagram first. It's at Sarah T. Hassler. Actually, there's 5 accounts. At Chef Luke Houghton. We'll put this in the chat too. At Provisions by Pure. At Taylor and Cook. Tim, correct me if I was wrong on that one. And then at the Cellar Wine Bar. Not only are these guys here for you right now in this event, but they're here for you every day for whatever your food needs are. I personally know with Sarah and Luke, Kate and I have experienced their cuisine over the last many weeks for their at-home meal delivery. And if the other chefs have the same thing, you should by all means support them right now. They are putting 100% of that back into their teams and their employees to make sure that they're supported right now. And sorry, yes, thanks, we see the chat, and we'll make sure to put them in there. Our hospitality industry is the backbone of the communities. If you look at Syracuse and the explosive growth that it's had right now, it's mainly based in the service industry around hospitality and around those people that are providing positive experiences for their people in their community. So if you could do us all a favor and follow along with them, the greatest part that you can do on social media is a like, a comment, a share, help get the word out to everybody else about the great things that the hospitality industry has been doing and continues to do in this time of everybody's need. So I'm gonna mute myself in a second, but I would like Michael to come off mute. We're gonna get this soup going and get your meal started, and let's eat and not just drink. So Michael, let's talk about your dish and let's plate it up and enjoy some food.
Is Michael in the middle of the weeds right now? Because that could be.
We've got a whole lot of people going on. Chad, are you able to?
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, he's unmuted.
Yeah,
he can talk
you.
now.
There you
Go ahead.
We got it, Michael. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. I hope that everybody's excited about this event. I was thrilled when I got the call from Sarah and Luke and Tim, and I was just honored that they wanted to include us down here in Little Old Corning with this great event that it's mind-blowing. So I'm going to be brief and quick. We've got a nice black bean soup, local farm up in Penn Yan called Martin's Farm. Organic
Love
black
them.
beans, beautiful stuff. I've never made that much soup at one time before, as I did yesterday.
Michael, how many quarts was it?
How many quarts was it?
It was 38 gallons
That's a
of
lot.
soup. I had 4 of my largest pots here, my only 4 large pots here, cranking, and it was just it was a scene to watch. So this is pretty simple. It's like opening up a can of Campbell's, really, but a little extra flavor. You can heat this up over like a medium-high heat. And for your croutons, make sure you grab a super oversized pan, right? And just put those couple of nice crouton garnish in the pan. And I'm going to throw them right in the oven just for a couple of minutes. My oven's set at 400 right now. 375 works, 425 works. You just have to adjust your time. I'd say they're going to be in my 400 oven for about 2 minutes. You just need to stir the soup just a little bit so it doesn't stick to the bottom. we've had a really interesting time down here. My wife and I, we have a 5-year-old daughter, and she's been here with us every day for the past 3 weeks, and she's been pretty incredible. I can hear her calling mommy in the background right now.
Are the croutons gluten-free?
The croutons are gluten-free. They're made of polenta that we spread out onto a sheet tray and let that cool. And then we cut them into the croutons, toss them with some soft butter, vegan butter, and a couple of spices, and threw those in a hot oven for about 15 minutes to crisp up. So we're just doing a little reheat on those now. So the soup, my soup's cranking over here now, nice and warm, ready to go. First thing you always want to do, bean soups, potato soups, you made a soup and it's a leftover, just make sure that it tastes right. You might need a little bit of salt. Potatoes, beans, things of that nature, they like to suck up with salt. That's pretty good. I don't think I need this salt, but what a cute little jar that is. That's amazing. I love it. Thank you so much. So anyway, we're gonna plate the soup. I've got a nice soup cup. I don't have a ladle handy, so I'm just gonna use my handy dandy all-purpose rubber spatula. Beautiful. Look at that. So first things first, I'm gonna grab the croutons out of the oven. With croutons, this is the garnish, and then this is a nice cabbage and lime slaw, just simple. That's really all it is, that and a little bit of salt. And there we have it, folks. If you have a little sour cream or yogurt, that would go really nice on there. But I think it's beautiful the way it is. I thank everybody for coming to this event tonight. This is fantastic. I hope you all have a great time. I'm going to get back to getting my butt kicked. Thank you.
Michael, thank you so much for all that you're doing down in the Corning area, the southern tier. That soup looks absolutely amazing. I'd like to come up with an impromptu question that wasn't in the chat, but for the chefs out there before our diners go back to their tables and enjoy their first course, black beans, right? I think that's probably difficult to cook, right? We have al dente for pasta, but how do you make sure that the texture is right for black beans? Should they be tough and chewy, or should they be soft and mushy? Luke, what's your opinion? Tim, Sarah, Mike, what's your opinion on how to cook black beans appropriately?
So the key to black beans is you gotta soak them overnight. That kind of blooms it first, and then it also cuts down on your cooking time. And then you really just have to cook them slow simmer. One of the pet peeves I have is when people undercook beans. They're too crunchy. But then you can also overcook them too. But they really should be creamy, but still mostly whole and together.
I second that. I also support soaking, not only because it does tend to absorb the water and shorten your cooking time, but you can also salt the soaking liquid and you will get a little bit of hydrophilic osmosis, basically an additional seasoning and additional flavor. But you should not cook the beans in the soaking liquid because in the process of soaking, phytic acid comes out. I know this is a lot of science. I'm just saying it for the nerds who dig this like me. But phytic acid is in beans, and if you soak them and pour the water off, you remove the phytic acid, which is typically why beans cause a lot of stomach issues. A nice way of saying it. So if you soak your black beans or any dried bean and then pour off the water, cook in cold, fresh water, you may find them much more easily digestible.
I think it's really important to kind of hit home on Sarah's point there, that definitely after soaking overnight, you really want to rinse them really well. And I just want to throw one in there, especially when you're buying black beans from an awesome local farm like Michael is. It doesn't hurt to take a little time to sort through them and pull out any little stones that might be in there about the size of the bean that managed to get through some of the sorting equipment. It happens, and it's no fun when you end up with a stone in your teeth or in your dining room.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would not be good. I feel like I've also had that experience with oysters and getting a little bit of grit in there. So I know that it's black bean and for the soup, but would you say the same preparation for the majority of the legume family, is it? But like if it's kidney beans or if it's any of the other beans, would you prep them the same way? Would you do the kidney beans or white beans? I don't know if garbanzo beans are in the same thing, but how does the prep differ? Does the prep differ from bean to bean, or is it pretty universal across the family?
Any beans should really be soaked. And I like to soak larger beans like kidney beans or beans that have thicker, tougher skins. I'll soak them even more than 20 overnight. I'll soak them as long as 24 hours.
Yes, agreed. Larger beans, thicker skin, typically have been growing longer, so have a little bit tougher skin. Typically a bit more starch content or protein content depending, so therefore require maybe a little bit longer cooking time, but you cook them until you taste them and they're beautiful. They're the way that you want them to be. But if you go, good, low and slow, you don't want to boil them like crazy, but you also don't want to cook them so slowly that, you're sleeping for 3 days before your beans are done. Find that happy medium. You cook it till it's done, right? Isn't that what all the chefs say? Just till it's done.
Till it's done.
Yes, till it's done.
So, I want to pop a question in here from Kevin. Thanks for this one. He asked, Mom, what's the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean? Open for the floor. Mom, the meatloaf.
This is a dirty joke.
There's no difference. Sorry.
So
thank you for whoever put that Spotify in there. I appreciate that. That was Kathleen that made that, by the way. We released it on Apple Music because it was the only thing I had time to do. And my intention was also to put it on Spotify. I'm really, really grateful to the awesome community that's come together to make this a really awesome experience for everybody. Thank you, Kathleen.
So I'm gonna probably jump to a different question, and then I'd love, wow, this is a small font. Ricky D'Angelo, I believe it was, asked about the slaw. Can you give me a little bit more about what your question is about the slaw? But Mitchie, thanks for the question. Fava beans and paired with a nice Chianti.
Oh gosh.
The same way as all of the other beans that we just discussed.
I never buy dry fava beans because I despise them. So sorry.
So I don't mean to interrupt, but I'd like to get people, if I can, move to their tables just so that I can continue to work this out. Unless you guys had more, but I want to keep things moving. So what I'm going to do, if I can have everybody's attention real quick, I've done a number of group assignments. I don't have them all perfect. So when the room's open and you join your room, it is possible you may be meeting someone that you didn't think you would meet. It is perfectly acceptable for you to come back into the main meeting. In the main meeting, basically, if you don't join a room, if you don't get an option to join a room, you'll stay in the main meeting. And while you're in the main meeting, I'm just going to go down through the list of names that I have left and pair you up into the tables that you're supposed to be. Just for a little background as to why we're kind of running into this snag, we had pre-assigned all of you to your specific rooms by email address. And unfortunately, the way everybody signed in, they just clicked the link, which is great because it's super easy and it gets you into the Zoom meeting quickly. But not only is everybody's names different from Joe's iPad to, Mary's iPhone to, B Bobby 249, none of those are real names, by the way. But basically, because those names are set that way, it's not easy for me to discern who you are and who you'll be sitting with. So like I said, I've gotten a good portion of them done. If it's not correct and you go into your meeting and you're either by yourself or you're with someone that you didn't mean to be with, come back to the main meeting and I will get you sorted.
Just make you could just make a new friend.
And you can also do that. So if everybody's ready, I'll go ahead and open the rooms. What you'll see is an option to join it. And with all the caveats that I've left there, Sarah, is there anything else? Am I good to go?
Do it. Let's make it happen.
All right, let's see what happens.
Cool. I mean, while everybody's getting assigned to the rooms, I know there might be some in the main chat.
Yeah, there's 74 in the main chat still, so we have plenty that we still need to get figured out. But we can certainly, if you don't mind, Chris, what I'd like to do is just go down through those real quick, and I'll ask those people to speak up and tell me where they, who they should be with, and I'll make sure that I get them assigned.
Awesome, Chad. Thank you.
Yep. So I'm going to start with Angela Winfield. Angela, if you wouldn't mind, you can unmute yourself, and I will and tell me who you were supposed to be with, and I'll try and get you in a table. And if I don't hear from you, I'll just keep going. So I see Ashley. Ashley, did you have anyone you were sitting with tonight?
I think Ashley and.
Okay. Hi, Chad. This is Angela.
Hi, Angela. Who were you sitting with tonight?
I was eating my soup.
No problem.
No, we're good. We're good on our own.
Okay, perfect.
So
Thank you.
In the main. Thank.
Yep. If you're good, you can either respond real quick that you're good, or just don't respond and I'll move on. Ashley, one more chance. Okay. ATDAMBRO@AOL.com, @dambro@AOL.com. Are you there? And did you have a table tonight? Okay, he's good. B Gold. Sam, I'll be with you soon. B Gold, did you?
B Gold is B Gold and Erwin Goldberg.
Right.
Perfect. Give me 1 second.
You can add that to Kerm.
Yeah, they're eating with us with Kerms, KIRMSE.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're eating together.
KER.
Hi, this is Gold. We didn't really sign up for a table.
Okay, no problem.
Oh, so that's B Gold. That's wrong. So Erwin Goldberg and Kerms are together.
That's right.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, B Gold.
Okay.
Enjoy your meal.
You too.
This is amazing.
Love you, Goldberg Kerms.
All right, so we're gonna put you at table 4, Goldberg and Kerms.
Come on, Chad, get it moving, man. Get it moving. Just kidding.
Table 4.
Kermsy, do some squats right now while you're on camera. Jeez.
Yeah, she just made me do some push-ups.
Okay, you guys should be good. You've been assigned to that room. You should be able to go join that breakout room now.
Thank you.
No problem. Sorry for the delay, everybody. Let's see. Bobby's iPad. Bobby's iPad. Did you have anyone you were eating with tonight?
Can you hear me now, Kelly?
Oh, Bobby's iPad is Malzman.
Wait, Kelly.
She not taking off. Was that because she's seen us?
Oh.
That Malzman has in that form that I sent you.
Yep.
The spreadsheet.
Okay, I'm going to mute Blanchfield. Sorry. Say that again, Sarah.
So there, in that form that I sent you in the spreadsheet, Malzman,
Yep.
Bobby Malzman.
Can you hear me, Kelly?
We just
go on.
Yeah,
Pascal.
that'd be great.
Sarah.
What's your names? Kelly and Graham. Okay. And where are you guys from? New Hartford. Oh, okay. So are we. Excellent. So cheers to New Hartford.
Okay.
Chad Malzman is with Al.
I can hear you.
They don't have their,
Sarah, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to mute you. I apologize.
okay, well.
Say that again.
Chad Malzman is with that table with Pascal, Scalzo.
Got it. Okay.
Gross.
So let's see. if I can find them. Sorry. Unfortunately, it's moving people into these rooms after the rooms are open is a heck of a lot harder than it was earlier. So I apologize.
Yeah, you see,
I'm seeing if I can see a Pascal. I don't see a Pascal.
Might
Who's
be
another
Lynn. It might be Lynn.
Lynn. Oh, I see. Yep, Lynn.
Yeah.
Lynn Della Pascal. And who else would be with that?
Scalzo.
Scalzo, Lazarus, Ashkin, and Grossman.
Okay. So I'm going to say table 16 for you guys. So Pascal, table 16. Next name, I'm so sorry. Grossman, did you say was one of them?
Yes, Grossman.
Grossman. To do table
Lazarus
16.
is after that.
Lazarus. I don't see. Is it a last name Lazarus? What's the first name?
Carrie.
Carrie. With a C?
C-Laz. C-Laz.
C-Laz.
C-Laz. Thank you. Yeah, the username really helps.
Okay.
If I can see, I actually don't see C-Laz in the listing of people
Under
unjoined.
Dave's iPad.
Thank you. There we go. Okay. Dave's iPad, table 16. Yeah, it's very, very helpful if you know the actual name in the Zoom meeting of who you're supposed to be with. It's super easy for me to find you. Okay, those 3 names have now been joined to table 16. You guys should be able to join that breakout room at your
They have
leisure.
a few more. So it's Grossman.
Oh, Grossman.
Is in there. You got that?
Let's make sure.
Bonnie Grossman.
What, say it one more time.
Bonnie Grossman.
Bonnie Grossman. Yep, I don't see Grossman in the list, not by that name.
How about Doyle?
I don't know that.
Ashkin as well is
What's
another
the thing
one.
on your screen, Bonnie?
Let me see if I can show you guys what I'm looking at. This is going to seem a little weird, but I'm going to try and show you guys what I'm looking at. So you see this listing? These are the names that I've got. So
It's not showing on the spreadsheet.
Yeah, no.
oh, so you don't see the Zoom stuff? All right, that's what I thought
No.
it was going to show. I apologize. All right, no worries. I'll stop the share.
You're just showing my spreadsheet, but not in all its glory. So please.
Yeah,
hide
sorry.
that.
That's okay.
And I mean, that was a heck of a spreadsheet. It really
Hey,
was.
thank you. Thank you, Tim.
So sorry. Okay. So let's I don't see I'm gonna go down through these names. I have Bobby's iPad. Was that
Yeah.
one that was going to table 16?
Yes.
Yep.
And
1 second.
Kelly PS maybe?
Into the
I see Kelly not joined. I just Kelly.
That's a mine, Kelly. There's Kelly Scalzo.
Yes.
Yeah, right here.
Oh. Okay, so she I think is she in a room? She must be because
We're not in a room. We're in the main meeting again.
Oh, okay. Thank you for coming back. I wonder if my list isn't up to date. Let me just double look.
We should just do our own thing.
Yeah, I think maybe we should do what Kimberly suggested and switch to random breakouts and kind of let people figure it out.
So do you mean just pair people together?
I have no idea. I'm just going, if this is an option, to switch to random breakout groups and let people find each other. Is that a possibility?
See, that's what I was hoping there would be, but I don't see
Okay.
that ability.
Well, what we're going to do, guys, in the meantime, oh, it's random. You can't switch. Okay. I don't know that that's going to work, but that's okay. I won't. In the meantime, we're going to get going on to the next course, which is actually mine. So I'm going to get started. Chad, can you bring everybody back?
Yep. So what I'm going to do is I'll bring everybody back. Here's the directive I'll leave for everybody that's in the room so that we can hopefully work this out before the next breakout. If you look in the listing to the right under participants, if you know the name of who you're supposed to be with, if you message me that name or names of who you're supposed to be with by the names that you see in the participant listing, I will do my best in this next session with the chefs to try and get you paired up. We're making progress. We're just not there yet. I apologize for the trouble. All right, so I'm going to close the rooms and bring everybody back in. Let's see, 1 second while I let them know. Mute yourselves.
Chad, is there a way for them to message you privately?
Yep, they can. They can message me privately with that information.
Okay, so if you click on the chat, and if it brings up the right-hand side while Sarah gets ready, there is in the bottom right-hand corner, after you see all of the questions or everybody posting their questions or comments, it says to, and it will say everyone, or there is a listing of everybody else that's probably in your room. If you're in the main, if you can find Chad Hassler, who is doing a phenomenal job of supporting everyone right now, please PM, DM, slide into it to Chad so that we can keep this a little bit organized. Sarah, you love my humor. And so that way we can try to keep this organized and help him out, and at the same time keep the questions organized. But Sarah, you are up for the second dish. I absolutely love this dish when I was out there with you and Luke and we got to photograph it. Your plating on this was phenomenal. I felt like I was looking at Abe Lincoln creating the most amazing in the 1900s. So if you'd like to toss it live from Syracuse, it's Sarah tonight.
So the one that we did for the photo shoot, we cut into rectangles and did stack like logs. And that was before we determined that the packaging was all going to be round. So that's why your hot potatoes and your cold celery are cut into rounds and not into logs. And if you got a chance to check out that map that was there when you opened your box, that I want to do a shout out quickly to Madeline Minicosi, who helped us put that together so quickly. That was Luke's idea, and she just did it in a flash. It was amazing. Graphics extraordinaire, that girl. All right, so first things first, if you turned your oven on, you're going to take your hot potatoes and you are going to toss them into a cold pan and put them into the oven. If you are doing it on the stove top, I recommend that you let me see if I can, that you toss a little bit of water into the pot that you're working in, and allow that, cover that, and put that on a low simmer. Low, there we go. Just to bring that up, and the water should reconstitute that. So the celery root is the white vegetable that has little brown spots to it that looks sort of weird, smells like Thanksgiving. That is the root of celery, and not your conventional celery, but old traditional celery. Grows underground, over time absorbs a lot of water, sugar, and we put that into large pans and roasted that overnight at 200 degrees for 15 hours or something, really low, really slow. And the salt, again, being hydrophilic and hygroscopic, meaning it loves water and it seeks out water, goes into the celery root and pulls the water out, and then process of reverse osmosis actually it pulls the salt back into the center. So it should taste delicious, but not overly salty. The interesting thing about celery is that it's also one of those flavors, much like salt, that makes things taste more of themselves. So if you have something that, like a Bloody Mary doesn't taste quite as good without a little celery salt, and that's because it doesn't quite get that tomato flavor, that umami punch without celery salt. So I'm going to talk a lot about salt because I'm representing Syracuse, obviously, and Salt City. So because I was representing Syracuse and Salt City, I had to do a little ask from Syracuse Salt Co., which is the cute little jar of salt that I know Michael loves. And this is Salt City Flake Salt. So this is a little taste of Syracuse in your box. And that is courtesy of Syracuse Salt Company, David Iancello, who I know is dining with us.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave. Beautiful
And I
salt.
will,
We love your salts.
We'll,
Threw it
we'll
together.
make sure to toss that in the chat to Syracuse Salt Co.
Yes, please. Follow on Instagram.
We'll probably toss social from a distance. Follow these social media accounts after we get done. But David, not only with the flake salt that you've done, the salt that's coming from Syracuse, not that it's coming from somewhere else and we're bringing it in and we're repackaging it, but David and his daughter are doing amazing things with brine wells in Onondaga County and Syracuse specifically. Their product is fantastic. We use it. My 8-year-old calls it the magic salt, but they have so many different flavors. Support them for all of the days.
I'm getting some private messages from Matt Van Slyke, who wants to be at table 14. I don't think he recognizes that he's just private messaging me.
Got him.
I
got him. I found him.
Thank you.
Does
Appreciate you.
Matt, if you can PM me, let me know if Savicki is supposed to be with you as well. Or I've moved you to
Okay.
table 14. Keep going.
In the
So sorry.
meantime,
Oh, yeah,
it's
I can-
okay.
Savicki is on that one. Save you a private message. Savicki and
Thank
Van
you.
together.
Got it. Perfect.
Those are my Utica.
Okay. In the meantime,
We just love
so
to hear you talk about salt every day, so keep talking about that.
I've got more to say about the salt, but Chris stole my thunder there a little bit.
Two
anyway,
is supposed to be at table 14 too. Can you send me to table
Yep,
14?
2 is good as well. Yep, gotcha.
Thank you.
The potatoes in the oven, how long? I'm sorry, I can't see all of it. So you can either do the potatoes in the oven or on the stovetop. I'm doing them on the stovetop. You can put them in the oven. You can also put them on a microwave safe plate and warm them up that way. Celery, same thing. So everything that was in the hot potato container goes either directly into the oven or on the stovetop or into the microwave 2 minutes. I don't have a microwave, it's not my thing. Sometimes they're great, don't get me wrong. Celery root and the hot potato are
So, Sarah,
together.
How long do the potatoes stay in the oven?
If your oven is at 400 degrees, 5 minutes, maybe 6. You're just warming them through. They've already been fully cooked. So it's
And
just
the
a matter of getting
celery
it warm.
root too goes with
The
them?
celery root too, right, which is in the hot potato container. So
Right.
on your map, everything that was in that container, that's going in to the oven. So the fresh celery stays out. Okay, everybody with me on that? Awesome, thanks guys. Okay, so in the meantime, you've got 2 sauces with this dish. So you have a little bit of what looks like a yellow sort of a sauce. This is the vinaigrette. This is a citrus vinaigrette that goes with the celery salad. And then you should have an orange colored sauce. That's just a remoulade for the potatoes and the celery root. So this dish is called running hot and cold, which is very much how I feel about what we're doing in this pandemic. Because 1 minute it's rush, 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 and then the next second it's do nothing. And there doesn't seem to be an in-between. We just haven't found our balance yet. So that's what this plate represents to me. So as we're getting this together, we've got potatoes warming along with the celery roots. I now have the celery itself with the leaves in a bowl, right? Ready to dress. Making sure that you guys can see that. I know I could flip my camera, Chad, but I'm just not interested. Anyway, I'm sorry. So the celery is super curly. That is because we shocked it in some really, really icy water yesterday for about 5, well, no, actually, I'm sorry, it was longer. Probably about an hour. But you could do this at home if you take a vegetable peeler and just peel celery ribbons and then shock them really harshly in ice water. Just let them sit in ice water in the fridge for 30 minutes and they'll curl up and get really crisp as the cell walls tighten from the ice. So
Very unrewarding, don't you think?
Unrewarding. Celery?
You yelled at me yesterday for eating one.
Yes. Okay. Well, I needed that ribbon. Somebody is short a celery ribbon because Luke ate it, and I am sorry. They were counted perfectly. That was an entire case. It took me 5 hours to peel all of it. This is a lot of people. Okay, forgive me. I have to put this down for just a moment. No, you're probably right, Megan. I don't think that everybody knows what celery root is, but it is a white, starchy vegetable that's in with the potatoes. It looks like a potato, guys. That's why I just called it hot potato. I'm just gonna put the phone down for a second so I can open the cute tiny jar of salt. Thank you.
Sarah, while you're doing that, and I'm going to give you the two things at once. Open the salt. You don't need to hold it. I can ask questions while you're doing it.
I'm good. I'm good. I want to get it plated because I feel like they're hungry.
Okay. Plate, and then I'll ask you the question afterwards for those that are. Yeah.
Okay. So from this point forward, I'm going to take the lemon vinaigrette, which is the yellow looking sauce, and open it one-handed, like a chef, and pour this dressing over. Okay. So you can use a spoon to toss this. Probably what I'm gonna do, we're trying to be all extra clean. Normally I would grab a glove if I was in the restaurant and just use a glove, but okay. So we've got our bowl, we have the dressing. You're gonna add some of this beautiful Salt City flake salt. This is my favorite salt because it's crunchy and it adds extra texture where there may not have been before, just another layer, as well as flavor. It's beautiful, delicious. Yeah, it's one of my favorite things in Syracuse. Okay, so now we've got our salad that's dressed, right? And you can salt to taste here. The next piece is to plate the potatoes. So I'm going to one-handed bring the potatoes over along with the celery roots. And so mine are really dark because while they were cooking on the stove, I was setting up Zoom, and I apologize. So hopefully yours are prettier than mine. But here we go. We're going to go on to the plate. And we did a layer stacking deal, and we can do the same thing here. Just get, you don't have to be super fussy. You're at home, and part of the beauty of being at home is just to allow things to be as they are, and also to plate with your hands when you are over the tongs. And okay, incredibly dark potatoes and possibly the loosest sauce, but mine is so loose that I'm actually going to pour it right over the top. Hopefully yours is more like a mayonnaise consistency. That looked like it completely broke. And the next piece is to take the salad, toss, and set that up next to the potatoes. And there we've got running hot and cold. Okay, so that is the dish. And now, Chris, now that I'm done and no longer nervous, you can ask me things. I'm sorry.
Everybody says I'm extroverted, which is, I need to take a personality test to make sure that that's true or not. But this is an introvert's greatest dream. Both you and my wife here to be able to, socially distance while we eat dinner. One of my questions was celery root, kind of like misfit produce. And if you're hungry, go up and eat and drink and have fun. If you want to stay in for a couple Q&As or go back to your table and drink more and be merry. Celery root, kind of like one of the uglier things I see when I go to the market or Wegmans or wherever it might be to get my produce. What else can you use celery root in? Like, I find it's great for a winter root vegetable puree with parsnips, and it's kind of like a thinner and maybe like easier way over mashed potatoes instead, like not as heavy as mashed potatoes in. But what would you typically do with celery root if it wasn't in what we're doing, or if it wasn't in a puree? How do you, open up the floor for you, Luke and Tim, on what you would use celery root with?
Well, first of all, there's a lot of celery root out there that's very offended right now because you call it ugly.
Heard that.
But it works great.
All of the celery root to unfollow me on social media.
I think that's probably going to happen. So it goes great in soups. I mean, any substitution for a root vegetable, I think it's a great place. I like to take them and sear them on the flat top for a real long time and get that crispy outside charred flavor, even on the grill. I also like it raw in salads. If you slice it thin, give it a little bit of time with dressing on it, it's super good that way too. What about you, Tim?
I'll spotlight you, Sarah.
Thanks.
Sorry, I had a mouthful there. This is delicious, Sarah.
Thank you.
I second the raw. I like to slice it really thinly, like you were slicing deli, and then toss it in a little bit of a vinaigrette or even just straight vinegar, and kind of do like a quick pickle. I love raw celery root. I think it's texturally one of the most incredible vegetables. Treating it, subbing it in for potatoes, mashed potatoes with a ton of butter and some cream is fantastic. It makes a great soup. Treat it like celery, cream of celery, except you're going to use the celery root. It's just like you said, Luke, swap it in for any potato or root vegetable. It's phenomenal. This is a great dish, Sarah.
Thank you.
For any of you that thought you're going to come out looking like Jason Momoa after Aquaman, Tim just said, pile on the butter, pile on the salt. Quarantine is no holds barred, go for broke.
My favorite thing to do with celery root is not what I actually did. It's something that I made up during my time at the Cellar in Corning as Michael's sous chef. We took some tomato sauce and we roasted the celery root and then pureed the tomato sauce with the celery roots and added in, am I okay there? We added in horseradish and we made Bloody Mary pizza sauce, and that was phenomenal. Again, back to the Bloody Marys. I think I have a thing, but
I'm looking forward to a Bloody Mary tomorrow.
I'm in. Let's do it.
All day, actually.
7 a.m.
Yes.
Zoom happy hour Bloody Marys.
Right.
Sarah,
tomato sauce with the celery roots and added in. Mute somebody there. We added in.
That was me.
Okay. We've also got somebody who's in on the phone, maybe? I don't know. Okay. And they're not muted, but I think Chad's working out some things.
Hi, I'm back. Real quick, I hate to interrupt, but I'm trying to get people situated. Is Merritt Locke here tonight? If you could unmute yourself and make yourself known.
Yes.
What's the name? Richard? Ah, okay. No wonder I couldn't find you. So let me see if I can move you to the appropriate room.
I think it's 30.
Yep, table 30. Yep, bear with me. Breakout room. Richard.
Also, if you jumped in from your phone and your area code is 202 and 237, if you could toss yourself on mute, that would be that'd be good. I know you guys working on tables.
Just to make sure I have that. Yep, Richard Weiss going to table 30. All right, you guys are off. You can join at your leisure. I will mute whoever's coming through.
802. Maybe Josh. Maybe Ashley.
It's a phone.
Yeah, can we mute them or no?
Yep, muted. Okay.
Great.
Kimberly Gaelic, let me unmute you. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Oh, I raised my hand like 10 minutes ago. I don't even know what my question was.
Oh, okay, no problem. So sorry about that. I'm so sorry. I'm getting there. Were you supposed to be sitting with anyone by chance or no?
No. And the
Okay.
breakout groups, so when you do random breakout groups, it just takes all the people in your group and divides it by the number of rooms you pick, and you're just forced to talk to the people who are in there. We use it all the time to make people talk to each other.
Got it.
So if people don't like it, they just shut their camera and turn off their microphone and say "fuck you."
Got it. All right, we'll have to.
Hey Kim, I want to give a shout out from Katherine Johnson if she wants to come back on camera. I just embarrassed her, but she said you absolutely slayed it on the seesaw training today. Remote.
I didn't slay it because I had my helper, Marissa, who's awesome.
And your husband is killing it in that apron right now. I love it. Mama Agata, you dressed the part. I love it. Nailing it.
Well, thank you. I'm glad that you like the seesaw training.
Thank you.
Shout out if you're
Sign up for a one-on-one if you need more help.
I will totally do that.
If you're one of the attendees tonight, like my wife is, if you're an educator, thank you so much, along with everybody that's here from our hospitality industry. I know this is probably the craziest thing to try to teach children remote, from the parents of 2 kids. Thank you so much for all that you're doing to help our children through this hard time. Our children are both reflections of us, and they're absolutely crazy. But we hope that they're getting their stuff done for you. So thank you all for everything that you're doing. If there's any people that are in, that are doctors, nurses, EMTs, emergency responders, firefighters, police officers, any of those tonight, thank you so much for all that you're doing. Military, thank you so much for what you're doing. Amanda Krupski, exactly. Glasses up for all of those that are on the front line, that are taking care of our American citizens in need during this crisis and helping everybody get through it. If you're delivering any kind of service during this time, thank you for everything that you're doing to try to make our normal outside of the house lives the same, some kind of continuity inside of our house while we all do this and learn how to be ourselves while not being with others. Thank you all so much for everything that you're doing right now.
Can we talk about how you're double fisting already?
What part of home with the kids did you miss, Luke? Come on.
Did you wash your hands?
Do you know my wife? I literally have like a pocket full of tissues. I have a pocket full of Clorox wipes right now. Everything in our house. I have lotioned more than any time that I've ever done before in my life. It's amazing. I'm gonna
making us all uncomfortable.
doing all
This is on YouTube live.
I can't wait. I hope my boss sees this.
Oh my.
But there was a question from the audience, a la Who Wants to Be a Millionaire or whatever the show was. Where were the potatoes sourced from tonight? Was that different for each geographic region, or did we source them all from one farm?
So the celeriac, the celery root came from Common Thread Farm. I don't remember the farm on the potatoes. I am sorry, off the top of my head.
Hi, would Chad be able to get us to table 11? It just kept spinning and wouldn't let us in.
Yeah. 1 second. I'm just trying to get table 20. So Sarah Blanchfield, I just sent you to table 20. You were in here twice. So you've
Yeah,
been
she
submitted.
had 2 devices.
Yep. Okay. So she's good. And who was that needed to go to table 11?
Speak up one more time.
Michelle Caulfield. And you did have us assigned and we went to it and it just kept spinning and didn't let us in.
For a long time.
Sorry.
Can you hear me? Shut up.
I just assigned you again. Can you try it one more time? The only thing I'm not sure is if it's just too full, but go ahead and try again.
I'm going to try right now.
Thanks. Bashkin to table 16, working on it.
We do appreciate your patience, everybody. And I wanted to let you know that once the group situation is done, the table situation, for those of you who wanted private tables, you can stay in there. There's not a time limit. I think we have them open until 10, right, Chad?
Yeah, and we can extend that. We can set it to midnight for people if they want to hang out.
So if you want to hang out and chat and drink in your private tables, you're more than welcome to. So please don't feel like you're missing out because you're not sitting with your friends just yet. Again, we appreciate your patience.
It'll all be recorded and put on YouTube live if you want to stay late and continue drinking, right?
No, we will end.
No, the
live
breakout
stream.
rooms will not. The breakout rooms will not be recorded.
Those are private, Tim. Big
Those are
Brother's not
private.
watching.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fantastic. I want to shout out to the Shireen Pavone right now, our neighbors who just chimed in. Thank you so much for supporting all of what's going on in Central New York. And Sal, you're a phenomenal part of our manliest community. Thank you so much for everything that you do for everybody that lives in Manlius.
So just one last shout out, and then we'll end my dish, and we can talk about other things. But I wanted to say a huge thank you to Dave at Syracuse Salt, because I gave him like 36 hours notice that I really wanted to put salt in the boxes so that everybody could try it and experience it. And he didn't even bat an eye. He's so used to dealing with chefs at this point and our insane demands. And I apologize for the short notice, but turnaround time was like, yes, I will do it. How can I get this to you and still be socially distant? Awesome.
Can I hop in there and shout out a little bit to David too? I just first of all, your salad, the celery and the potato with that salt was just killer. And Syracuse Salt can do that for any dish. You know, it can really be a beautiful finish to so many great dishes. And David and Libby are wonderful people and bringing salt back to the Salt City. And I'm not in Syracuse, but I'm a huge supporter.
Yay, Tim. Yay.
Yeah, excellent. It's so amazing the things that they've done over the last couple of years since both Kate and I jumped into the hospitality industry, and we're able to talk with Dave and Libby about what they've done for salt in the area. I'm ready for Luke. He's not on the video right now, but we might need to touch base with him offline. I think he's ready to plate up he's
getting ready. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna get into the short ribs shortly, as well as the plant-based dish. And this is really a large movement I've seen over the last probably 12 to 18 months. Is not only offering normal alternatives, but the amazing amount of plant-based alternatives that we've seen in the market that mirror meat dishes or traditional protein dishes, whether it's chicken, fish. Sarah, I know we've talked about a friend of yours that has a sustainable artificial fish business that's coming up.
Yes.
Tim, I'm sure that out in Utica you have an amazing menu and plethora of plant-based dishes that you offer alongside of your traditional protein dishes. And to me, the hospitality industry, one of the things that it exemplifies over everything else is the inclusivity of everybody deserves a seat at the table. And whether you're eating traditional proteins with fish, chicken, or beef, that you now have a plant-based alternative that goes along with it. So Sarah and Tim, before we can get Luke back to the table, I'd like to maybe touch a little bit on dietary restrictions when we talk about gluten-free, nut-free, dairy-free, keto, plant-based, and maybe that's dietary restrictions or choices, or lifestyle choices. How do you kind of attack that opportunity with being able to provide something for everyone that's at the table? And what does it mean to you to be able to have diners that are both traditional diners with omnivore, with no dietary restrictions, as well as those that might have a very specific diet? Sarah, I ate a lot with you at the Stoop, that you had a menu that included all of that. Tim, I've been to your restaurant a couple of times to make the trek out to Utica, and you have a bunch of phenomenal dishes that represent that too. But what does that mean to you to be able to provide a little bit of something for everyone that comes to where you are a part of.
Tim, I'll let you go first.
Well, this is a business of hospitality. Everybody deserves to eat. And some people have choices, dietary choices or dietary restrictions that should not limit their ability to dine out. Knowing about them ahead of time is always a nice thing from a chef standpoint or a restaurant standpoint. But you know what, I think like,
Hi, how are you?
Good, like how are you? Tonight's menu, we
Hold on just a moment, Tim. Chad,
yeah.
you're not in a private there.
Oh.
Hang on, he's calling somebody and they need to be muted.
What about Carl and Barbara? Barbara Gold.
Cheers to Kathy Thompson and crew. If you're on your computer, if you can hit the mute button real quick before you walk away. Good, Tim, if you want to keep going.
I will keep going.
Sorry, Tim.
So, you know, we do our best when we design menus to try and make.
I think she's by herself.
She and her husband.
Perfect.
Hey, Roger, would you mute your computer there?
A cheer to Tim. That question about catering to both dietary needs and wants. Tim has always been wonderful with us. This is a Kemeter, by the way, a Kemeter Pinot Blanc, which has gone wonderfully with both the black bean soup and with the potatoes. Great to see you, Tim.
Shout out to Johannes Reinhardt at Kemeter, one of my favorites. Great.
Thank you. And the Thompsons are great supporters of the Taylor and the Cook. And you know, just to summarize what I was saying, a chef has to take dietary restrictions seriously. When you craft a menu, in this day and age, it makes sense to kind of think about those things ahead of time. So, you know, I'm going to say 90% of the dishes on my menu can be made gluten-free, even if, you know, there are some certain things that are made with a roux or something that you just will never be achieved gluten-free. But we put a lot of thought into the design of the menu so that we could remove the gluten, remove the dairy, remove the nuts, and try to be as user-friendly as we can without having to really stop the momentum of the dinner service from moving along.
And we thank you for that, Tim, because we always go there and you always modify for us. It's fabulous.
And a shout out to all 5 of the chefs
Yes.
for catering wonderfully to vegetarian and gluten-free 4 options.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Our pleasure.
Excellent, thank you. Sarah, I know that, you know, some of the clients that we've worked with on the past, not only just from a chef's point of view, but for everybody that's involved, you've created a binder of substitutions to be able to take whatever the meal might be and be able to turn it into whatever the dietary restriction or choice might be, correct?
Yes, that it depends on the restaurant. So what I do, everybody, for those of you who don't know me, is I own Hassler Hospitality Group, which basically is a consulting company, but what we really do is help people turn their hospitality dreams into reality. We help them build walls out of their ideas. And we do that from everything from brand to operations, logistics, organization, human resources, team building, leadership. We touch every aspect of hospitality because I love it. Tim, don't make me laugh while I'm talking, please. But anyway, I wanted to say about the dietary restrictions. I personally, I love the challenge. I love being able to think about things in different frames. And that's what dietary preferences and restrictions are to me. If you don't like something, you shouldn't have to eat it. That doesn't mean don't try it, because by all means, you never know. If you haven't had it before, definitely try it. But if there's something that you know you don't care for, or you know you can't eat, or you know doesn't go well with your chemistry, there's nothing that we're not going to force you to do that. And by telling us, it allows us to think more creatively. You know, the smaller the frame, the more creative, right? Just this experience alone came out of not being able to serve diners in our restaurants, like the ultimate tiny frame. How do we get people to stay connected and fed and taken care of without? And so that this is a product of that. And that's the same way that I see dietary restrictions. I think Luke might be ready.
I think it says a lot to your cooking too, if you can, you know, create something with simple ingredients. Food tastes good on its own, so you don't really have to
Into the sauce.
alter it that much. Can you hear me okay? I switched to headphones.
Yeah,
I can. Yes.
So we're good
Okay,
on
good.
that. You know, I think, Luke, before you get started, I think one of the pieces that Sarah and I talked about with you for a long time was simple recipes, delicious flavors, not needing to overdo food, being able to utilize the correct amount of seasoning to get the food where it needs to be, and allowing the flavor of that to really come out in what you're doing.
You know, I was kind of classically trained with French influences, where they use a lot of butter and oil and fat. And until recently, probably in the last 8 or 10 years, I've basically cut out all of that stuff because I think it coats your palate and hides the flavor of the ingredients that you're using. So inherently, food is healthier for you that way. But if you have beautiful asparagus in the spring, it should taste like asparagus. We should just enhance it instead of like alter it to something else.
Absolutely. Let the food stand on its own and not have to create too much around it.
Ellen and Don didn't get on the table thing, and neither did Barbara. So
Chris, you're cutting out back with that bandwidth situation.
Sorry, kids on iPads at 7:30 at night.
You need a babysitter.
We do have some folks that are looking forward to get started on the next course, unless I missed that, and that was a few minutes ago. Kara Fleming. I'm the Prego lady over here, and I'm currently starving. Can we get an update on how to start the next course?
Yes, chef, I hear you.
I'm ready if you guys are ready.
If we can mute everybody, and we'll let Luke work through the next course, that'd be awesome.
So I was waiting for this water to boil, but it's pretty close. So I was going to quickly show you how to make polenta. What we used for this dish. This is a local product from Trumansburg, New York. It's a polenta that's ground from fresh corn, grown right here in central New York. It's a super fresh product. I think you'll find that the flavor in itself is hands down the best polenta I've ever had. There is zero butter, zero cream, zero cheese in this polenta because the product tastes so good. And you can see the grain on it. You know, that's where all that flavor comes from. I also mix it with half of a finer grind stuff that we use, same producer. But I think it helps to, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Chad, can you pull everybody back into the main group so that they can all see Luke?
So by mixing it with cornmeal, it cuts the grain a little bit, so you get different layers of texture. So when making polenta, you basically just bring the water to a boil. Once it starts to boil, the key is right here, is slowly whisking it in. And that creates separations in the granules so you don't get lumps in it, because nobody wants lumpy polenta. And really, this is the only hard part, if you want to call it hard, about that part of the dish. Slowly whisking it in, and the ratio is always about the same, about 4-to-1. Right here, I'm just using water, but you can use stock. I would recommend chicken stock or vegetable stock. Anything you flavor it with, it's going to take on that flavor. It's a real neutral item. So that's about 4-to-1 there. If it gets too thick, add more water. If it's too thin, add a little more polenta. Now, from this point on, you just wait. It takes usually, the batches I made yesterday, I cooked it for 2 hours a piece, really slow. But we did 10 gallons at a time, so it might be a little better for a smaller batch. But it really does take some time to cook out the starch in this and get the grains to break down, release some of that delicious corn flavor. So that's it in a nutshell. How do you make polenta? And I'll show you. We had some pre-done stuff. I'm not going to make you watch me for 2 hours, but so if you want to heat yours up, I would recommend either doing it in the microwave or if you want to do it on the stovetop, just add a little water and all it really has to do is be warmed through and you should be good. So to plate the dish, we have a vegetarian option and a beef short rib option. I would just essentially go down in the middle. And then the same for the vegetarian dish, which I'm going to grab the other polenta.
Room 16.
So to talk a little about the beef. So this beef was actually donated to this dinner from a local farm. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And someone who we don't even do business with, who donated it, he was interested in what we were doing and getting in line with some of the other chefs that were involved. And so he donated all the meat for this dinner, which was probably about 1,000 pounds with the bones on them. So I took those yesterday. We braised it down with some tomatoes, a little bit of curry paste, coconut milk. There's peas in here, cilantro, lime zest, just playing in that kind of that Asian Indian flavors. Not to overpower it too much, but keep it pretty simple. So this is a stewed item. So really, you want to go right on top because you want all that juice and flavors to go into that meat or into the polenta. I'm sorry. Yes.
Can you just slow down just a little bit, just because people are still catching up? So sure. You heated the polenta in the microwave, or you're recommending that? Yes.
I would recommend heating it in the microwave. It's pretty quick and simple, and it's going to keep it as moist as possible. Anyway, if you don't have a microwave, I would go onto the stove. Just add a little water to it. It will stick to that pan. Just make sure you stir it. It shouldn't take more than a minute or two.
And can you tell me the name of the farm again?
So it comes from Farmers. It's Farmers Ground Flour Company.
No, actually, for the beef short ribs. I'm sorry, I just don't remember the name.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the beef short ribs comes from Rosencrantz Farms. They're just south of Seneca Falls, probably about 12 miles from where I'm standing right now. And he was nice enough to donate all the meat. We started using this stuff just within the last few weeks, honestly, as we deliver more and more products to people's houses. We brought in a local beef to sell raw beef delivered to people's houses, and he was the person we brought in. And amazingly, he donated 1,000 pounds of beef short ribs to this dinner. So we appreciate him, and hopefully some people can give him some support for it. Go ahead, sir.
Kimberly's spouse is heating the polenta on the stove in bacon fat. I just want to give her a high five.
Appreciate that. If I could hug you and we weren't in a pandemic, I would hug you. So also we have the kale, and that I'm just going to heat up, quick steam. It's kind of nice to have like a plain, raw, clean vegetable with something like this, because it wakes your palate up. And stewed vegetables and stewed meats sometimes can get a little bit of heavy. So if you have something bright and green, that'll like wake up your palate and just kind of cuts through some of the richness. So pretending that this is warm because no one's eating this anyways. Just lightly steamed kale. And I like to just put a little bit here and there. So then the finish of this dish is an argument that me and Sarah got in the other day of what gremolata is. So I just turned it up on its head. You can look inside there, and you have this as well. We were fighting over what it was, so I just changed it to a lot of different things. So I don't even know if it's gremolata anymore. But what this is almonds, lemon zest, orange juice, a little bit of garlic, some of Syracuse's salt, lemon rose salt, which I thought was a really nice addition to this, cilantro, and parsley. I would use everything you got in that container and just put it on top. It should just make that dish pop at the end, give it a little bit of a, zing. And then the finish for the vegetarian plate is pretty much the same thing. I didn't see the purpose of adding extra vegetables to it, but This stew is made a little bit different from the protein. It is cooked with shiitake mushrooms, a little bit of star anise, berber, which is an African spice similar to curry, a little bit of mirepoix, coconut milk, and tomato. Just slow cooked, and it really develops that flavor. A little bit of sweetness in there from the coconut milk. Also some spice. I put some Calabrian chili in there. There's a little bit of spice to this, but I think it's mellow enough where I think people will enjoy it. And again, similar to the short rib, it should be saucy.
So Luke, both the short ribs and the vegetarian curry, you just heated those up on the stove, right?
I did, but they can be heated in the microwave as well.
So folks that are asking about cooking these things, I know Luke just made it magically happen right there, but you're heating that up in a pan on the stove. You didn't add anything to the short ribs, you just turned on the heat?
No, I just added a touch of water just to keep it from drying out, but I think just a little bit of water is really all you need. And
Sure.
I'm talking like a tablespoon.
And the same for the vegetarian, or no water?
That one's a little looser. I didn't add any water to that. It wasn't necessary.
Awesome. Any other questions about how to heat up your short ribs or your vegetable curry? Somebody just mentioned if you microwave the polenta, she needed to add, or Melanie needed to add a little bit of stock just to get it to thin out.
Yeah, maybe. The one I heated in the microwave wasn't too bad. But if anything, it might just need a touch of water.
Awesome.
Is it okay if I put some butter in it?
No.
No. I mean, if you have to. But I'm taking over Utica when you die of cardiac arrest.
I was just busting your chops because you said you've cut down on your butter usage, and I have not done so. I probably should.
Does the kale get heated up separately? Someone just asked.
You could heat it up together in the microwave or even together in the same pan. It's not going to hurt it either way.
Excellent. So it's interesting that you did coconut milk and curry on polenta. Kind of non-traditional.
Yeah, a little bit. I'm not sure how we got to that. I think it was like, I have this idea of, honestly, we started with a vegetarian dish before the meat dish.
True, that's true, we did.
And I just love those flavors with cauliflower and mushrooms. Like, it's so satisfying to me. So I think that's why I do it. And then instead of doing rice, like, we have this on our shelves, so it was important to me to use stuff that we already had.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
And this is a time for. I'm not eating anything because I can't, because nerves. I'm doing a great job though. Don't worry. I'm gonna be fine.
I'm not eating.
But,
I'm not eating anything either because we didn't have any left.
Right. Exactly. We served it all.
Shout out to 300 people.
Yeah.
I wanted to try that soup so bad.
I have a little of the soup. I'm gonna eat that later, and it's gonna be so awesome. I haven't had Michael's cooking in years. Yeah. I'm excited. So people are cooking with a lot of pantry staples right now. Luke, do you have a go-to pantry dish? Like, you always have these ingredients in your kitchen at home. What do you make?
Oh, in my kitchen at home? There's nothing in my kitchen at home. If I go here, I lean towards beans and chickpeas, as you know.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm not a huge risotto guy. I do love rice. I do love brown rice. Gosh, what else? Those are the main things. I don't eat real heavy, so to me, I prefer fresh produce over, the starches. But I like beans and black beans, chickpeas, lima beans, butter beans, which I just discovered.
Yes.
Yeah,
so Paul would like us to talk a little bit about the wines. Tim, before you run away, do you have a moment to talk about the red in particular? Because I don't know that much about that winery. You're on mute, Tim, if you can, there you go.
To talk for a minute about the wines. I'm coming back where the light is a little better. So a couple of great wine. Well, I'll talk about the red and you can talk about the white. How's that, Sarah?
That sounds great. Which
the
one with which for right now? We're going to recommend the red with the short ribs and the white with the vegetarian. You with me on that?
Yeah, but I'm sure that the red would stand up to the curry without a problem. And the prep on the short ribs, you know, polenta and the kale, you could swap those wines in and out, honestly. So the red is a beautiful Cab Franc from Pellegrini Vineyards on the North Fork of Long Island. And if anybody knows me, they know I'm a bit of a New York State wine geek, and I sound that trumpet pretty loud and proud. So I know a little bit more about Finger Lakes wines, but I'm really been trying to spend a little more time learning about the wines of Long Island. So Pellegrini is doing some great reds. Long Island does great with reds. And so most people have the Cabernet Franc. We actually oversold that a little. So a few people have the Cabernet Sauvignon from Pellegrini. Both really fantastic. If you're just opening the bottle, you might find it a little hot, you know, when I say hot, I mean just kind of a little bit overly tannic and astringent. This is a 2014 Cab Franc and still could age in the bottle for another 3-4 years without a problem. I bet it's going to go great with the short rib for sure. Really nice New York State wine. There's a lot of people who poo-poo New York State red wines. And that's a damn shame because New York is really coming into the scene with both reds and whites, and will be is a world-class wine region, and people should take that seriously.
Yes, I'm with
I
you.
agree with you on that. I just think there's a lot of stuff in the middle.
How do you so most whites, I think from my limited wine knowledge and Kate knows more than I do when it comes to wines, but white is pretty much open the bottle, you're good to go. But if you were to open a red, I think we've got the Hosmer tonight from Sarah, but any of the reds that our guests have tonight, what would you do to open that bottle up, maybe make it a little bit less tannic in the mouth, to be able to enjoy all of the flavors that it has? That's question number one. Question number two is a wine aficionado, as knowledgeable as you are in wine, for those that have a little bit more subtle of a palate than others, what would you feel that the nose or the palate is invoking from the flavors of the wines that our diners have tonight?
So I want to speak really quickly before I let Tim answer that, because you guys said something really interesting about, you know, the North Fork, especially New York State, having really great reds. There's a reason for that. The North Fork of Long Island is on the same latitude as the Bordeaux region of France, in particular, where Merlot grows best in France, that section of Bordeaux. So from a climate standpoint, we're looking at very similar styles on both sides of the Atlantic, and the soil types are also very similar. So there's really, really beautiful reds coming off of the North Fork for good reason. My personal favorite right now is Lens Merlot, also on the North Fork. I've never had Pellegrini. I should have ordered a bottle.
I'll hook you up.
I appreciate that, Tim. Thanks.
So to answer the questions, the first question, you know, really, I like to open any bottle of red wine at least 15 to 30 minutes before I'm going to drink it. And especially, I think a lot of younger New York State wines, New York State reds, can really benefit from about an hour to maybe even 2 hours worth of airtime, if you will. If you have a decanter, decanters are very often considered tools for really expensive red wines. Not at all the case. You can certainly decant a $10 bottle of Finger Lakes Red or Long Island Red, and it's going to allow oxygen to do what it does best and open that wine up. And I guess before the question gets asked, because I know that it will, that people ask me all the time, those aerators or those things that you pour the wine through that that kind of force the wine open. I've not really ever used one, but the concept makes sense to me.
So is it a good investment? Like I went to Amazon, we went to Amazon and bought like a $20 one. It's over on the home bar right now. Is an aerator a better investment, or a larger vessel that you can pour in? Is that a better investment? What are your thoughts on it?
I guess I would say I'm a little bit more of a purist, so I'd rather you invest in a nice piece of glassware called a decanter, and just take 10 or 15 minutes before you're ready to drink the bottle and decant it. But the aerator is in theory doing the same thing in a much quicker time frame. I don't think that it has any negative effects on the wine. I've just never really used it. But I know a lot of people swear by them to open up red wine, and I'll say again, a lot of red wines that people try from New York State, they really just need a little time. They need a few minutes. There is nothing wrong with drinking a red wine the day after you opened it. In fact, a lot of times it'll really come to life.
Would you even say, like, instead of decanting or using an aerator, having the forethought to open up a bottle of red a day or two in advance and not corking it and saying, hey, we want to utilize this for a red sauce, a filet, which doesn't have a lot of flavor, but a big piece of meat? Would you say open up your reds in advance and have a little bit more forethought than trying to get it going that same day that you're going to enjoy it with a meal?
Absolutely. I think that's a great idea, but we don't always live in the world of being able to plan on that. So I suppose if you don't have that ability, then those aerators might work. But I think a decanter is a great thing. These Pellegrini Cab Franc, for any of you that are drinking it tonight, it's a great wine, but it was a whole different experience for me about an hour after I opened it up. And that just shows that a 2014 Cab Franc has aged now 5-6 years in the bottle and still great in another 5 years too. It's got a lot of time left to age in the bottle.
The last time we went down to Taylor and the Cook, Tim opened a bottle of the Bloomer Creek Pinot at noon for us. Was absolutely tremendous, having been open for 6 hours. There's a lot more tannin. It's a European style Pinot, but it's wonderful to let that breathe. The Finger Lakes Cab Francs, put them in the basement till they're at least 4 to 5 years old. We're drinking a 2014, but it's a Weimer. And we opened it about 3 o'clock. It's absolutely delicious with this mushroom dish.
That's great to hear, especially having the forethought before the event actually happens. I want to toss it back to all of the chefs too. Obviously the starch carb for this dish is the polenta. What other pieces or what other things could sub in for the polenta? Is it, Luke, you mentioned quite briefly risotto, but are there other starches that you would put into this dish if it were not for the polenta that we carry at Pure Market and Eatery, or Boreal rice? What would you also put into this dish to have available?
I think you could do a lot of things. Of course, like we talked about earlier, the celery root would be a good thing to put in there. Any root vegetables, a mash of beets or sweet potatoes would be great. I don't tend to go towards plain potatoes, but even that would be great. I mean, anything that's creamy and delicious. I would put butter in the potatoes, Tim. I know you're not there, but trying to think of what else would be good. Rice would be good. Brown rice is good on anything. You could make mashed potatoes out of chickpeas or something like that. There's lots of options.
So you said, like, I want to add a bunch of butter in there, right? I think that there is a whole big movement, whether it's French butter, Irish butter, salted butter, unsalted butter. is what butter is best for cooking, which butter is best for a garnish. Like, I mean, I don't know a lot. Kate does a lot of cookies while she's, and I'm sorry for while she's eating right now, and I'm picking on her, but we've, you know, unsalted butter with cooking. If we are making bread and then we want to toast it up, that we did for the kids this week, and they want salted butter. What's the flow chart for what you want with what?
So I have an opinion on this. We only carry unsalted butter here. We also don't serve a ton of bread. If at home, there's not that big a difference between unsalted and salted butter. I only carry unsalted, and we just salt it when we put it out there. I will tell you a neat experience. I went to Blue Hill and had their tasting menu, and they served a bread course with 2 different butters from 2 different cows. It was the most incredible thing I've ever experienced. Like, it was like one cow made this butter and the other cow made this one. So
you could taste the difference between Beverly or Karen making. Yeah. Was Karen a little bit more in your face, talk to the manager kind of butter, yeah. Or
it all comes down to fat content and butter fat content. So like if you get milk from a Jersey cow, for instance, it's going to be a different butter.
Single udder.
Yeah, I like it. That's the name. That should be the name of our going forward. That's a business
single
name.
Udder. Well, that's just
single udder butter.
No.
Single barrel bourbon. Shout out to all the single barrels tonight. But is cream for butter different based on location? If you were to say, like, here's an upstate New York single udder butter versus a French or Irish. Sorry for the cringeworthy comment on that, but is it different? Like, it
depends on the grass. Terroir. Yeah.
Yeah.
Terroir.
It depends on the breed of cattle too. Some cows produce higher fat milk. Like Jersey cows produce higher fat milk. They're lower production, so people don't tend to use them. Yeah, I don't think it has any really reason geographically necessarily.
So, well, I would disagree with that because grass grows differently in different regions. So I think there's a geographical difference. Yeah. I only spent the first 8 years of my life on a dairy farm, and I ran away whenever the milking was happening, as far away as possible. So I was not interested. I did want to, so we are 5 minutes away from dessert. So Tim, get ready. The spotlight is going to be on you. In the meantime, I did want to answer what happens if you have leftover wine. And it does happen. I live alone, and my cat does not want to drink wine. I've tried. Anyway, so what I do if I've opened a bottle and it's been more than 3 to 5 days, and I don't want to cook with it or whatever, because I don't cook that much for myself. So I make vinegar. So this is my red wine vinegar that I've got going right now. It's a pretty small amount, but again, I'm just one chick alone in an apartment. So I use mothers that I harvest. They're kind of gross. But anyway, I use mothers that I harvest from apple cider vinegar bottles. So if you buy apple cider vinegar with the mother, and you can see it's on the label. This one, I think I bought at Aldi maybe like 5 years ago. And I continue to add water and a little bit of sugar every now and again, sometimes apple cider if I have it. You can keep the mothers and they will spawn more. And they're funky, but awesome. And if you take your red wine and you add one of these little mothers out of the bottle and then put it in a jar with either cheesecloth, or I use paper towel because it's what I had, and then just let it sit for 1 to 3 months, which sounds like a really long time, you can keep from wasting that wine, and that's the worst. No one wants wasted wine.
All of our salad dressing at the Taylor and the Cook is made with house-made red wine vinegar. that
That's
goes into
awesome.
Yeah, that's an amazing part of also the zero waste movement, to be able to say we didn't pour a glass of this, or we've got a couple glasses left, and to be able to use that too. Tim, I think, I want to keep on schedule for all of our diners and all of our chefs and everybody that's involved, and also continue to be able to be social throughout Central New York. But I think that we're getting close to your dessert dish right now. If you're able to move in to start preparing it that way, that'd be great. Sarah, I know you're super knowledgeable on wine, and Luke as well. I think one of the things that I kind of heard brought up while Tim's getting ready to prep the dessert dish for everybody, but I think I heard terroir, the mouthfeel of red wine versus white wine. I feel like through some of my work with Pascal's and whiskey, I felt a lot of that in bourbon, rye, and whiskey and Scotch. What is terroir? Hey, Kitty, what up? What is terroir for those that might not know as much about it? What's terroir feel like for red wine? If it's there for white wine, can we explain that to the lay person and how they might feel when they're drinking a glass of wine or whiskey? What's that mouthfeel for them? And what's that additional, part of the palate or, feel to them?
So terroir means literally translated taste of place. And so terroir is made up of a great many things: climate, region, the soil, lots and lots of science, and also lots and lots of woo, as I like to say, just like the love of winemaking. When you can taste in a glass that this definitely came, this is a Cabernet Franc that absolutely came from the Chinon region of France. And I know that because of the way that it smells and the way that it tastes and the way that it feels. It's just a sensory memory. That's how I like in terroir anyway. Luke, what do you think?
Rooms are closing in 20 seconds, so we will be ready for Tim in T-minus 20.
Tim has some epic cooking methods on this dessert that he's gonna show everybody. I think he's gonna open a jar. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Anyway, Luke, terroir, go.
Terroir. All right, so terroir to me is soil. Different things that grow in different places take on certain mineral contents. It's not just wine, although that's what it usually is referred to. Like, I know that if I taste a wine from a vineyard on Skinny Atlas Lake on the west side of the lake, there's so much shale and limestone there, it has a certain mineral content, and you can taste it in the wines all the way through. And that goes true with like everything. There's different soil composition in different places, so you get different flavored foods, different flavored grapes, which translates into different flavored wines. And like certain like regions of Germany make Riesling that have a very high mineral content, or you can taste the shale stone, or sometimes like there's French wines that taste like tobacco because they're just super earthy. It mostly has to do with soil composition and what they're grown in.
Tim, are you ready? Because this
ready.
crowd is so ready for dessert, man.
We are ready, and the beautiful part of this dessert is it's pretty much ready to eat, and we talked about that ahead of time. So I chose I wanted to play around with a dessert called a trifle, which is a British in its ancestry, and there really isn't a good way to send you a trifle and not have it pre-assembled, because the beauty of a trifle is what happens to it as it's after it kind of sits together and melds. So a trifle is a British dessert that's really designed to use up kind of leftovers of leftover cake or leftover cookies, and then you kind of build on it and you build these layers. Unfortunately, in this container that we used, the layers didn't really get quite as I'm going to say, yeah, I didn't have the ability to build it up quite as far as I would have liked to. Obviously, it probably would have been dessert for 4 people if I had filled it.
Yes.
I'm going to talk about each individual layer and try and point them out here. Well, first, let me just tell you that the concept of this dessert came from, I've been wanting to play around with sweet potato and blueberry together. And I've been wanting to do that both in sweet desserts like we're going to try tonight, but also in savory. And we can talk about savory sweet potato and blueberry at another time. But sweet potatoes obviously have a tremendous amount of inherent sugar. So the first layer, and you can see it on the bottom, is the custard. And that is pastry cream, which I have mixed with roasted pureed sweet potato. I pureed the sweet potato with a little bit of cream and some fenugreek, which is a really interesting flavor that you all know, but you don't realize you know it. Whenever you walk into an Indian restaurant, what you smell is fenugreek. And so I use that in roasting the sweet potatoes. And then I made the first layer of the sweet potato custard. On top of that is the cake. The cake is gluten-free, and Sarah helped me out with the recipe for that. It's a standard sponge cake, but instead of wheat flour, I used a blend of 3 different flours: rice flour, buckwheat flour, and chickpea flour. And I got to tell you, I was really happy with the product. So you have a gluten-free cake in there, which I diced up and then kind of toasted like I would make a crouton. I wanted to dry that cake out a little bit so that it could absorb the custard when it was placed on top of it. So you're going to find that some of those chunks of cake are a little bit crunchy, and some of them have started to absorb the liquid from the custard. Third layer was something called milk jam, and you can kind of see that. It looks like caramel, and it is essentially what a lot of people are familiar with called dulce de leche, but it's a reduction of milk. When Governor Cuomo shut our restaurants down, I had 12 gallons of milk in my walk-in cooler from Stoltzfus Dairy, and I had to do something with them. So I made a whole bunch of milk jam. Slow and low, about 8 to 9 hours it takes me to make the milk jam, but it turns into the most wonderful caramel or dulce de leche. Next layer is local blueberries. We had a banner year for blueberries in central New York. My farm that I go to is right close to a restaurant called Blueberry Hill. And I bought so many blueberries from him at the end of the year when he was still harvesting. And I've still got a bunch of them in the freezer. So that's how this came to be. The blueberries were cooked with fresh ginger and some candied lemon. You're going to find candied lemon, chunks of candied lemon rind in there. And then the final top layer is whipped cream or chantilly. And you probably, when you lifted the lid off, got a whiff of the, I guess, the somewhat secret ingredient in the chantilly, which is cardamom. And so that cardamom is playing with the fenugreek that is in the custard on the bottom. The only thing you have to do to this dish to serve it is grab the toasted pumpkin seeds, and you are going to sprinkle those right on top of the chantilly all over, kind of spread them out. And I'm going to go one step further here.
Yes.
Take just a tiny little pinch of David's Salt City Flake, and I'm going to go right on the top. They're big chunks, so you want to rub them in your fingers and kind of break it apart. But everybody loves salted caramel. That little bit of salt over the top of this dessert is going to take it right over the top. That's a trifle. And we made these into the wee hours of Wednesday night and Thursday morning. And so it's had a couple of days to soak up and come together. My son Finn's going to try it and tell us what he thinks. So enjoy it. There's not much work to be done with that. Just eat it.
The best kind of dessert.
I can't wait. So we've talked a lot about the local farms, whether it was in Corning or Utica, Auburn, or those that have access in Syracuse at the regional market. Everywhere that we've sourced from tonight, are those available for everybody in attendance to be able to have access to get fresh produce or proteins to have at their table outside of a 300-person dinner?
Absolutely. So, I mean, the regional market, as you mentioned, Chris, for those in Syracuse, there's lots of farms there. I will put together, not until Sunday, by the way, because tomorrow, this has been a whole lot to get to this point. A lot of learning curve, a lot of organization and logistics and all that nonsense. So I'm not talking to anybody tomorrow or sending any emails at all. It's me and Kitty. And that's
Bloody
it.
Marys for all of us via Zoom whenever we.
But silently. I'm not Zooming. I've had so many video calls this week, and I'm done. It's
Starting a
gonna be
construction
me.
project.
Yeah, you're starting a construction project, but that's your zone. I'm gonna be in my zone with a book and a cup of coffee and no one else, and it's gonna be glorious. Anyway, but on Sunday, I promise I will send a list of all of the farms that we used and where you can access them if we know of that, including all the artisans that we used as well. So things like Farmer Ground Flour and Syracuse Salts. We will definitely put that together so that you can have access. I know that's difficult, but I think, if you really are curious in your area, just ask a chef, because it varies region to region. But now there are so many local restaurants that are popping up and doing CSA style boxes that gets, that produce into homes, that there are a lot more options right now than there ever have been. I would really capitalize on that.
So I'd like to interrupt for just a second. I'd like to open the rooms up for people to be able to go back and enjoy time with the people that they wanted to have dinner with. But I want, before we open those up for the rest of the evening, for people to drink heavily and hang out with each other for as long as they want. I wanted to give the chefs a chance. We're going to stick around and do a Q&A for those that want to stick around in the main feed, but I wanted to give any chance for the chefs to do closing remarks for the folks that are going to hang out at tables for the rest of the evening.
Tim, start with you.
Wait, can I stop you for a second?
Yeah.
Tim, can you tell me about that milk jam a little bit more? How do you cook it without burning it?
Sometimes you don't. You can do it in a pressure cooker. That helps. A double boiler, or how I do it, because I've got a gas stove. I have like I use the top to a number 10 can, and I put it in between the flame and the bottom of the pan. I treat it as like a second wave of diffusing diffusing the flame, but it has to go really, really slow. Sous vide. I don't do a whole lot of sous videing, but you're not allowed. You need to allow the to evaporate. So sous vide probably wouldn't work there. But just slow and low. You add about a tablespoon of baking soda and a little bit of sugar if you want. And it takes me about 8 hours. You got to keep your eye on it. It will scorch if you don't keep your eye on it. But the payoff is just amazing.
All right, Tim, go ahead. I think Sarah wanted to see if you had any closing remarks for the group before we send them back to their rooms.
Thank you. I'm just, I think this is really, really a cool thing. I'm starting to wrap my head around the fact that I'm not working. Unlike Michael and unlike Luke, the tailor and the cook is dark right now, and I've been with these guys a lot and spending a lot of family time, and it hasn't been a terrible thing on that level, but I miss what it is to be a cook, and I miss the hospitality of that. And it's only been 3 weeks, and I suspect it might be a little bit longer before we get back to doing the things that myself and my staff does best. In the meantime, this opportunity to be a part of this tonight, thank you, Sarah, thank you, Luke. This opportunity is really interesting. And I think that when we do return to some form of normalcy, these sort of things, whether they be Zoom meetings or virtual dinners or in-home concerts, I think those things are going to be a more realistic part of our everyday life. And I don't think you've seen the last of a virtual dinner. I think that the ability for all of us to come together and dine like this, even though maybe some of us are muted at times, gives me a great sense of solace in knowing that, you know, we're not in this alone. And I'm super thankful to be here with you all tonight. And thanks again to Sarah and to Luke, Chris, for hosting this. I really appreciate it. Chad, your hair looks great, and you're just and of
Shout
course,
out to Chad holding it down in the tech support.
so thank you very much, and cheers to Central New York.
Cheers.
Cheers to Central New York. I've seen a plethora of questions and cheers and amazing and kudos and all of the things. This was the catalyst. This was the first. This was the jump off for events that we're going to continue to do this during this time where we're all with our families, right? Learn to appreciate how much we get to be able to enjoy the people that matter to us the most. We will continue to do social at a distance. I don't know if I'm stealing a little bit of Sarah's thunder here if I look at our pre-made agenda, but this is the first. Like, like get ready. Like, be aware of your emails. My wife is patting me on the back to calm down, but this is only the first, and my son's doing the same thing. This is only the first, right? We wanted to find a way that you all could dine differently, that you all could enjoy each other's company in a way that was not face-to-face, whether it's Zoom dinners, Zoom happy hours. I feel like Zoom is the new Netflix and chill, but this is the way that we all can still stay connected to each other, and to be able to be part of one another's lives, even as our neighbors send us messages and laughingly drop off wine while we're all eating. I did not put this together. This was Sarah and Luke and Tim and Michael. I am but a muse for their creativity to be able to try to be a little bit funny. Thank you for all of my friends that's telling my wife to tell me to cut off the microphone right now and stop. But
Luke, you got something to say over there? You got something to say over there, Luke?
Yep, I can do that.
Yep, mute me.
Right, Chris, love you. You're doing great. Luke, your turn.
I'm just grateful for everybody that supported this. You know, when we first came up with the idea, this was never like, oh, how are we going to survive as a business? It was like, how are we going to like create something that people, an experience for people that can't experience anything right now, essentially. And, you know, I'd like to think we did pretty good for our first try. I'm sure there's some things we could fix, but, you know, honestly, I'm just grateful for everybody involved, and I appreciate Sarah for, you know, listening to my crazy talk sometimes and supporting me in that. And we have a like-minded a lot of times, and you know, from that we create something that people I hope enjoyed, and you know, we're gonna keep this thing going as long as we can. But hopefully we'll get open for regular business soon.
Yes. Okay, so.
Oh, I muted him. Sorry, I thought he was done.
He wasn't done.
Damn it! I'm sorry, Luke. Go. Wait.
Usually pretty short, so I see why. I do really want to thank again the staff who really pulled it together. Like in the last 24 hours, we put together a lot of food boxes, I missed Maddie earlier. She was huge in the process today and yesterday. So thanks to Maddie. She drove my truck to Utica today, and just the last minute, like putting stuff together. Michael, you're back. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate your help too. But anyways, to everybody out there that's
great time
in the world right now, just stay strong, be positive, keep in touch with us, and we'll try to keep moving forward.
Michael, do you have some closing remarks here?
I'm still in the whirlwind.
Yeah.
I hope everybody had a really great time. I know we had a really great time organizing together and kibitzing as we did, and just reminded me of the good old days. And Sarah, when we used to work together, and I mean all the massive creativity.
Ping pong, dude.
And
so much ping pong.
I so appreciate your abilities for organization. And boy, I missed a lot of the content, but we're done now. And it was a really good night here. So I thanks to everybody that took takeout, and thanks to everybody that came for our event. Fantastic.
So, Michael, hang in a little bit because we're going to do a Q&A afterwards. If you've got time. I know you got a little girl. I know you got things. But I'm just going to say a couple things, and we're going to let anybody who wants to go to their private breakout rooms go and hang and enjoy. I don't have much to say except for one giant thunderbolt. Thunderbolt? Lightning bolt. Anyway, it doesn't matter. That is that we are going to do another one of these. Another Social from a Distance, round 2, April 24th. So please mark your calendars. We're going to pick some different cities, some different restaurants. There are so many people to help right now. If you are in the Syracuse region, I have recently, in the last week, started a not-for-profit called CNY Helps Hospitals and Hospitality. I am accepting donations. Those donations go straight to restaurants that will then make food for essential workers. And that's all essential workers, including retail, the postal service, everybody who is essential right now. We're not just feeding hospitals, even though, yes, that's important. We're feeding everybody who is working right now. And we're doing that through restaurants to try to keep Syracuse area restaurants afloat. And I do have some signed up in Canandaigua, actually, which is totally awesome. We're kind of all across central New York. I'd love to get Utica involved and start supporting some people up there as well. Donations go to the restaurants, and the people that sign up as essential workers. Those are the people, like, wherever they are, that's where the restaurant is. Like, that's where the restaurant is that's going to cater. So if we're doing an ambulance crew in Auburn, like we did today, Luke ended up feeding them out of Pure Market and Eatery. Fed an ambulance crew today. He fed a Kinney Drug earlier in the week. We have fed over 200 essential workers through this not-for-profit. So shameless, absolutely shameless plug. You can go to my website. That's www.chefsarahhassler.com. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the ego on that. But anyway, chefsarahhassler.com. Click the link at the top, says CNY Helps Hospitals and Hospitality. We are absolutely doing everything we can to help people here because they need it. I want to say thank you to all of the chefs for your absolute patience, for learning technology with us, to Chad for hanging out until I think 10:30 last night just to get the Zoom rooms set up in some sort of a way that we hoped would work and that we tested. And Chad's wonderful because he has endless, bottomless patience. And I know that because I'm his little sister. Younger sister. I'm not the littlest one. She's actually dining in here, but endless patience. And I look up to you for that. So thank you. Luke would not have made it through this without you. And I appreciate the positivity that we force ourselves to bring even in the darkest hour. I really need that. So thank you to everybody who joined. I am going to be sending out a survey on Sunday, not tomorrow, On Sunday, you'll get two things, a survey and a farmer's list, also a restaurant list in with that, so that you'll see all of the restaurants, how you can support them on Facebook, Instagram, when we reopen, all of those things, and also all of the artisans and makers and farmers. That survey, if you fill it out, you will get a promo code that will get you a little bit of a discount on the next Social from a Distance. It'll also make sure that you're on the mailing list for this one. Thank you to everybody who joined us and helped in every way. Thank you for picking up food. Thank you for paying for delivery fees and putting a couple of out of work cooks on the road for a day. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, thank you to all the chefs involved. I mean, I'm gonna get a little bit here, but Kate and I started just telling people where to go and eat 2 years ago. And I never thought that we would have the ability to host in a pandemic of historical proportions, the ability to connect to you all like we have tonight. It's truly amazing what we can do when we put our minds to it. So thank you to Sarah and Tim and Mike and Luke and everybody that came and was a part of it and will be a part of it in the future. Thank you so much. We are amazingly grateful for you all for staying with us in tech issues and being the beta test of this. As hard as we worked over the last couple of days to try to provide a seamless experience for you, and we will get better and share it with everybody that you know, and let's turn 300 into 3,000 and even further, and show how impactful the hospitality industry is to include everybody in what we're all going through and sharing this together as we move forward and as we come out of this together as a community evolved, as a country, as a world. Thank you everybody for coming. Stay for Q&A, stay for whiskey, stay for chefs, stay for each other, talk and be a part of one another's lives when we can't be right next to each other, even if we're from Shireen and Sal, even if we're 100 feet apart, that we can't hang out with each other, be a part of one another's lives, whether it's through texting, calling, whatever means that you have to be a part of one another's lives, be there for each other and support one another while we have this going on.
Cheers. Cheers.
Okay, so I have moved I've opened the rooms, so folks are free to move into the rooms for the evening and hang out. The meeting will stay on until you're all well, good and drunk. So if you're not already. And then if there's anybody here that's in the room that's met a friend in the everyone chat and you guys want to get a table, just shoot me a private message with the name of who you want, and I'll get you into a private table so that you can hang out. And I'll let the chefs pick it up for Q&A. And folks that have questions, feel free to raise your hand, and I'll call you out, and we can go from there. So first question coming from Hannah Ring. I'm going to unmute you, Hannah. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Hi, yeah, it's not Hannah, that's Hannah. I'm Drew.
Oh, hi, Drew. Hi, Drew.
Well, we're on the same. You know, as a person that's lucky enough to be able to work from home during the pandemic, I was just wondering if any of the chefs have been in contact with their staff who've been, you know, laid off or furloughed, and, you know, how they're holding up, and if there's anything we can do as people who are still working, you know, to make their time at home a little better.
Or to help them out.
Drew. So I'm in contact. So right before this happened, about a month before this happened, I put 15 of my very best and favorite chefs and cooks into a restaurant that opened on Valentine's Day, which was an insane feat. And yet we did it, and we announced it wasn't silent. It was crazy, right? So we did, 300 covers on our very first night, and they crushed it. They were so awesome and such a great team. And it was an entirely grain-free and soy-free kitchen, which is no joke, to still taste good at the end of that. Still tastes good. So I have been in contact with almost all of them. One doesn't have a cell phone, so that's been tough. But as far as what you can do to help, so I've been in contact with a couple of them almost every day. We have an isolation phone call where we check in for 20 minutes and we ask each other table topic questions. Life hack, it works right now because we run out of stuff to talk about. But because we're in the kitchen, when we were in the kitchen all the time, we talked all the time. So we know almost as much as you could possibly know. Working in a kitchen is incredibly intimate. It's high pressure. You're frustrated all the time. It's absolute chaos, and it never shows in the dining room. It prepares you for crisis. It does not prepare you for loneliness. So that is the biggest thing right now. Things to do to help them. Anything that you see that goes back to staff. So there's GoFundMe's out there. Make some phone calls, take some time. If you know cooks or if you know chefs who who had to lay off staff, ask them. I'm 99% positive that they're checking in on their staffs because our staffs are everything. Sorry, I only had a glass and a half of wine, so I should not be all teary. It has been an exhausting time, though, I will tell you. Yeah, just checking in on them and talking with them, making sure that they're getting through to unemployment. That is an uphill battle, absolutely, right now. Helping share tips if you know somebody who knows a better way or somebody who struggles with the computer, coaching them through that. Sometimes just talking about it really helps. There's not much that we can do because we're basically obsolete. We're not. I know we're not, Luke. I can feel you. But it's hard to not feel that way right now. So I appreciate that.
If I can hop in on that.
Yes, Tim, please.
What a great question. And thank you for asking that. And I find myself a little emotional thinking about that too. My most important job in life is being a good dad and husband. My second most important job in life is providing a place for people to have sustainable, gainful employment. And when that is taken away from you, when that ability is taken away from you as an employer, you start to really think about what your next chapter is going to be. I have 19 people on unemployment right now, 19 of the most talented cooks, servers, bartenders, and managers in Central New York, and it pains me greatly. We did not see the ability to operate in doing takeout as being something that would be sustainable for our operation. I won't get into why I didn't find that sustainable, and so. But there are, we're paying attention to what's going on with the CARES Act. We're paying attention to some of the things that are available for business owners, and I do believe that we're going to be able to do right by our employees. What can you do? Find a restaurant that is still open, or find a restaurant that is advertising that they're doing things for their staff. Stay tuned to the Tailor and the Cook. I'm working on something.
Yes.
And just remember that those of us in hospitality, Sarah said it best. We're very social people. We're not really used to being isolated. And so I worry about a lot of the people that are in that restaurant hospitality family. It concerns me greatly, not just my staff, but the country over, people who don't have the ability to go to work. It pains me from a financial standpoint and also from a mental health standpoint. I could probably talk for a long time about that. I appreciate you asking the question. I bet Luke's got something to say for sure.
I'm sure he does. Luke,
And if
this
he
is your
doesn't,
moment.
yeah, and if he doesn't have anything to say,
Well, if you allow me to speak.
Yes.
There he is.
Go ahead, Luke.
That's 100% why we do everything we do every day, especially right now. Like I flipped into crisis mode 3 weeks ago and called every person that I have bills to pay to and told them I wasn't paying. And you know what their reaction was? I get it. Not one single person was like, oh, you have to pay me now. They're like, we're all in this together because we take care of, we pay our bills anyway. So everything we take in right now goes to pay our employees. And that is 100% it. We might pay a food bill here and there and we pay our local farmers. But until we get back situated, that's what we're going to do. We're going to make payroll. That's the only goal we have. The people that work for us right now, like totally support us and put up with the bullshit that I put up through every day. So like, I owe it to them to keep them employed, irregardless of whether we can afford it or not. Like we have to make that sacrifice. So
just a follow-up on that, Luke, is it possible, I know that for other restaurants, that people have talked about people buying gift cards for the restaurant and being able to sort of get some liquidity into the business. Is that something that you guys are offering right now that people could do, could potentially buy some gift cards for meals in the future?
yeah, I mean, sure, we would love to sell gift cards all day long. I mean, I don't think that's the answer. That's just debt, really.
Yes.
Something that's always.
Oh, that's fair. I was just curious.
Well, and I see a lot of people doing it. It'll help. Everybody's just trying to bridge the gap right now, and that's all we have to do. You have to get to the other side of it. We'll be better off in the long run when we make it there. But like my personal thing is, we do not take on debt, no matter what. If we can possibly do that, we're going to have trouble long term because we are a catering company. I mean, that's where we make our money. The other stuff just covers our costs. But
Luke,
aren't allowed to gather. We're in trouble.
Luke, to jump in, like, I don't know about Tim and Mike and Michael down in Corning, but through Provisions by Pure, we still have a robust meal delivery program that people can jump into. And I know both Kate and I, and thankfully she went to go put the kids down to let me continue with this. We have a fantastic meal delivery program that we've had established for years. That if you don't know how to cook what you want to eat, or you don't know what to eat during this time, we have meal delivery for people that are gluten-free, dairy-free, nut-free, keto, all of the things that delivers from Auburn to almost Rochester to almost, Cazenovia, that there are places in your local community that are ready to continue to help to provide for you in this time of need. I know that both my wife and I have jobs that we've been fortunate enough to be able to work remote, and a stimulus check from the government it's like frosting on a cake. But to the conversations that Kate and I both have, that we're going to pledge to pour that stimulus check back into our local hospitality industry through Luke and through Sarah and through Tim and through Michael, to be able to keep those pillars of our community to continue to deliver on what we have and what we need during this pandemic.
So I wanted to say something in here about takeout and gift cards, just to touch base on that. Gift cards are debt, essentially, not a sustainable business plan. And takeout, at best, I think Michael's doing just maybe 20% of his revenue. And that's by absolutely getting up every day and working 16 hours to make 20% of what his revenue was 3 weeks ago, and still pay his skeleton crew. It's crazy. It's not sustainable. And even as we transition, you know, the more takeout you buy, yes, it helps. It's a drop in the bucket, and every drop counts. You know, so do that. But restaurants and businesses in general are going to have to get really creative, and have to, you know, adapt. That's where we are. Ben, Chad is looking for you. I am now taking over as host, in the technical sense. So dear God, help us.
You will be as soon as I find Ben. I don't see
Okay.
him in the listing, and I don't see him in tables. So I'm
Okay.
trying
So
to
he
find
may
him so
have-
I can move him to the right table.
I appreciate that. Chad has 2 children who are small boys who make a lot of noise and are some of my favorite people. But I really appreciate you taking the time out, Chad, for this today. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chad.
Yeah, no problem. I'm more worried about the trifle that I'm pretty sure my wife took both cups, and she's probably in the bedroom now with 2 empty cups and a spoon, and I won't get any. So that's probably what happened.
That's par for the course, dude. All right. So do we have any other questions? If you can put them in the chat.
Hey, there you go.
promise
That's
to
even
answer.
better. Yep.
Yes. If you put questions to the chefs in the chat, and you can direct who you would like to answer, I'm happy to not talk so much. Maybe Luke would like to talk more. Oh, a comment.
I'll talk.
Okay, hang on. Maybe I can
Kimberly
get
has
you
a
to.
comment.
How do
I'll
I?
be here
how do I-
until people are sick of me.
Yeah.
Sarah and Luke, I think Tim, okay, Tim's back. Never mind. I thought he was putting the kids to bed, but I think it's the 3 of you knocking it out as far as
Okay,
chef.
so hang on. I want to see.
I
Chad, do
grabbed-
I have
I
right?
grabbed host. Hang on, I'll unmute
Okay.
Kim so she can make her comment.
That'd be great.
Go ahead, Kimberly. Oh, you're not muted. Unmute.
I'm,
There you go.
no,
Go ahead.
that's me. Yes, that's my wife. She's putting our kid to bed. I was just saying that we understand that we're just kicking the can down the road by buying gift certificates and stuff. So what we plan on doing at 84 Fall and Seneca Falls is taking the few $100s that we bought in. I'm sorry, too much
Restaurant
wine.
food? Yeah, I get it.
that we bought in gift certificates and just handing them over and saying,
that's
here,
nice.
here you go. Right. Like I think that's probably the right thing to do. You know, if you enjoy having your local restaurant around, that's probably not a bad thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great thing to do. I think, you know, there's a lot of confusion out there for people. And I really don't want to keep this conversation going about that. Like, that's our day-to-day stuff we wake up with.
True.
Right. No, I get it. I'm pointing out that it's kicking the can down the road, and it doesn't help you guys that if we give you some money to keep the doors open, that you are poor as a pauper in 4 months because
Yeah, sure. I agree with you. That's a great thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing to do. And gift cards are still a good thing to do. It's not the answer. I mean, you know, what people don't realize is how much revenue it takes to run a restaurant. Oh, and then how much of it goes right back out the door. I know Michael understands that. So, you know, everybody's clawing at it, but you know what? You have to innovate in a time like this and then change like what you're doing and think about like, okay, how can I generate revenue today, not tomorrow, because tomorrow's too late. So like,
true.
That's me and Sarah talk about this stuff all the time. Like, how can we be in front of it at the end and like make enough money to survive through the gap that we're gonna all experience? And we're gonna get there because we're crazy.
We are absolutely crazy. We don't know how to say no, except to each other, but rarely, because it's usually a yes and conversation, and then we end up here. Yes.
Right. Now we're having a Zoom meeting for 300 people.
For 300 people. This morning, Luke spent 5 hours closing boxes. Every single box was closed by Chef Luke. Okay, so we've got some questions in here. Oh, okay, awesome, Michael. I'm glad you're still here. He's talking to his crew about tomorrow, so we'll get him in here in a minute, which is awesome because then maybe Rachel can say how much she loves him, because that's nice. Okay, to any chef, what are some tips to? Oh, hold on. What are some tips to upgrade our homemade meals?
Order them from me.
Nah. I would say, I think
Shout
that,
out to provisionsbypure.com/order online.
there it is. I would say most home cooks do not use enough acid or salt. And I know you don't like to hear that, but since I forced you to take a tiny jar of, not even that tiny, a jar of David salt, and you see how crunchy and beautiful it is, use a little bit more of it. Don't be afraid of that. But in particular, acidity, so important. Vinegars, lemon juice. If I add 3 things to food, it's always lemon juice, tamari, and a little hot sauce. Tim, what do you got for home cooks? What can they do to upgrade their meals?
Well, I second the Syracuse salt. Proper use of salt is and seasoning is the most important tool in any cook's tool belt. Whether you're seasoning prior to cooking or seasoning as a finish. And tasting all the way through the cooking process. I like to taste things that are raw before I cook them. I like to taste while I'm cooking, and then most importantly, prior to plating, I want to taste to make sure that I have things the way that I want them to. Nobody should have to season once you've given them the dish. So taking the time to really pay attention to what you're cooking, and like Sarah said, acid is as important of a technical seasoning as salt is. And somebody mentioned Salt, Fat, Acid, Heat on Netflix. Really awesome documentary. I think the other thing is, the world is at our fingertips right now with Google and Netflix and Hulu and Amazon Prime.
Totally.
And you don't need to cough up the money that we spent to go to college anymore. You can,
Hold up.
You can really teach yourself how to cook online. And
Shout out to YouTube University.
Yeah, there you go. I would not steer anyone away from a proper culinary education, but just the resources that are available to somebody who is passionate about cooking on the internet today, it's just mind-boggling. And they weren't there when I was in my 20s, that's for sure. You had to really, you had to read, I guess, back then.
Yeah. You still have to read.
That's true.
And I'm going to go one up on that from Tim. I think that because our resources are so much more vast and they're also not necessarily vetted, you could also become a really not great cook, depending upon what you're reading or watching.
Fair point.
So I would make sure that you learn the fundamentals first. If you're looking to become a professional chef, I recommend culinary school. Not just any culinary school, though. I think you need to, pick the right one for your learning style. I'm a CIA grad, so obviously I think that's the Harvard. But if you like drinking, you can go to Johnson and Wales. It's a party school. It's cool. I don't think there's any Johnson and Wales chefs, so that dig just didn't land. But if there are, shade thrown, I'm fine with it. Come at me.
So for those people that maybe prior to coming to tonight's event didn't have a lot of exposure, and this is, to you, to Tim, to Luke, to where do they find a little bit of, how do I learn about how to be a home chef, home cook? How do I get into the basics of taking a piece of meat that they might have gotten at their local farmer's market or some produce and zhuzh it up a little bit to make it a little bit more elevated to their selves, their significant other? Where can they find something like that?
Zhuzh. It really depends on what your starting ground is. That's my opinion. I mean, I'm a book girl personally. I read cookbooks religiously, and I find that dipping into like the curated collection from one chef or one restaurant is a lot more enriching for me. But I also read them back to front, and I'm crazy, as Luke said. So I don't know. Luke, what do you recommend?
I think the biggest thing is to travel. I mean, I know that sounds weird right now, but like get out to other places, experience new things. Like people have different techniques, and like the only way to really like absorb a culture is by eating the food and expose yourself to new things too. Like try the thing on the menu that you're like, that's weird. That's going to give you more experience and exposure to different ingredients. And Google it, honestly. We use Google all the time in the kitchen.
True.
And I'm not a big like super particular recipe guy, but like if I'm trying to be inspired by something, I Google it. Or I just look up the idea that's in my head and it starts there and I write it down on paper and then it develops from there.
Definitely write it down on paper. I think that's even more important than Googling. I mean, yes, Google if you gotta. Like the other day we had the argument about gremolata. Both of us whipped out our phone at the same time, like, I'm gonna Wikipedia this before you get there.
I'm not super familiar with Auburn and the demographic and the immigrant population, but for Sarah in Syracuse and for especially Tim in Utica, Tim, like Utica has a very large Eastern European population. I know I worked in New Hartford for 4 years and used to get from Pulaski's Meat Market all of our Easter celebration meals. Their pierogi are off the wall. But where do you learn as far as cultural melting pots in your geographic location, whether it's Utica, Syracuse, Auburn, or Corning, Southern Tier? How can you find a hotbed of information like that, or where can you experience that?
Well, kind of like Luke had said, it's about traveling, but you don't have to leave your hometown to travel, especially when you live in a city like Utica or Syracuse. The immigrant population is a great way to learn about other cultures and about how other cultures eat. In Utica, you find a little Asian market. You find that little Polish grocery, the Pulaski Meat Market, or you talk to the people that you employ maybe as porters or dishwashers and find out, what they do, what they eat. That's important to me to understand all the immigrants to Utica. I want to know where they're eating. And thankfully they're starting to open restaurants. And that's really important to me to check out the little mom and pops that are opening up. I actually, this just popped in my head. I wonder how those little mom and pops are going to fare through all. They
some of them have signed up
have
in Central New York. So some of them have signed up to do to help out with helping CNY hospitals and hospitality, in particular restaurants on the north side of Syracuse. Where a lot of the true mom and pop, and they were concerned about signing up in the beginning because they didn't offer delivery, and Grubhub fees are incredibly exorbitant. So when you're buying food on Grubhub, by the way, 30% of that goes to the app. So whatever you pay for, 30% of that money goes to the app and not to the restaurants. So really expensive. If you have the option to use anything else except for Grubhub or DoorDash or any of those, if the restaurant offers, online ordering through their website, use that. Even if they offer Grubhub through their website, please use that because it's less expensive if you go directly to the website first. It is crazy, I know. I hate to burst the bubble because I understand the convenience, and I have helped some fast casual restaurants build a Grubhub business, and we have baked that cost in. It's insane. Anyway, the north side restaurants.
Sarah, what's the average on it? About 20 to 30% of
30%, yes.
Revenue collected. It goes back to Grubhub versus staying local.
Correct. Yes, go pick up the food yourself if you can. Sometimes I get it, like especially on what I call a blackout day, which is what I'm doing tomorrow. when I just don't want to talk to anybody. I understand the convenience of having it delivered, but just go to the restaurant's website if you're going to use Grubhub and use that link, because when you do that, it's 10% of the revenue. Huge difference. Don't use the app. Please don't use the app. You're just paying for marketing. But to Tim's point about, immigrant populations and going to, and just learning by not necessarily traveling, I totally agree with that. I'm not incredibly well-traveled. I've taken most of my journeys through books and people. My mentor chef is Orlando Rodriguez, who owns Graft in Watkins Glen. And he's been my mentor for more than 10 years. And his family's Dominican. And so I learned all sorts of Latino cuisine that I would not have had any exposure as a 50% British girl who came from Pennsylvania. No idea what's going on, in the middle of the world. But I know more now because of his influence. So learn from each other, cook together. That's what I would do.
Luke will probably chime in, but and I want to make sure that we get this on the YouTube live and on the recording, and then maybe send this out to everybody. But as far as while we can't travel right now, and we're talking about being able to experience other cultures and being able to experience the amazing immigrant population that we have in all of our geographic locations, I'll start out east and then move back to west. But Tim, I'll start the other way because Tim's gone for the second. Luke, any purveyors in your area in the Auburn market that that are doing things that people could go and support during this time? And then Sarah, and then Tim, or Tim's wife. I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but if we can go and kind of talk about any of the ones that you would know or support in this time that are available. I did see a comment about Salt City Market coming up in Syracuse. Yes, that will be a fantastic place for people to support in the coming months once we're able to get back out there and doing. But Luke, starting with you, are there any that you know of that provide something a little bit different that they could experience outside of pure catering at events or Provisions by Pure?
So here in Auburn, there's a Puerto Rican spot that I know of called, I think it's Don Juan's, but I could be wrong. He's right from Puerto Rico, and he makes, rice and beans and all the pork and the good traditional island food, I guess. There's a lot of Asian places here. Spoon and Fork is one. Other than that, I'll be very honest with you, this is not a super ethnic food community. It's mostly Italian and the bad kind. But I travel to Syracuse. I love the little Vietnamese sandwich place out on the north side. There's a lot of Vietnamese places in Syracuse. Trying to think of other ethnic places around here. Not really. We do, actually, there's a very large Guatemalan and Mexican population here. So there is some pretty cool places. If you go outside the box, El Rincon up by Sodas is a super cool place. But then, see, I got a thumbs up on that one. But, there's also a couple of people that will just bring food to you, Mexican food. And I always just tell them, do what you do best. Whatever you want to make me, I don't care. I don't care if I don't like it. I just want to experience it. And that's how you really get the best out of a chef or a cook, is you make them do their best. What do you think, Sarah?
I'm sorry. I was answering all of the questions in chat, and all I heard, I heard lots of things about people will bring you food.
How do you get the best food out of a chef?
Oh, pressure.
Challenge them. You challenge them.
Pressure.
The best meals I've
100%.
ever had would be when I tell a chef to make whatever he wants, they thrive on that.
I don't know. I don't like to say that because I have this presence that terrifies cooks. So I don't like to say that because they I don't know, it's paralysis. But the pressure is necessary, you know. And as much as, you know, I'm accustomed to standing on the, you know, the chef side of the line and taking care of things and shouting out the orders and putting on the pressure. It's funny because over the summer, Luke and I did a couple of weddings together. And so I was under Luke. And he's the chef in that scenario. And so he's the one at the end of the table yelling at me to like make, you know, go faster with molten hot, you know, piping of potatoes that are rock hard. And I'm trying to get them out of this ridiculous piping tip. And they certainly did not have enough cream in them, although probably enough butter. And they were still delicious, but man, it was like, you know, 400-degree potatoes. And I have 2 pairs of vinyl gloves on. It's 8,000 degrees outside in a wedding in July. There are mosquitoes everywhere. You've changed your shirt 4 times because of the sweat dripping down your back. This is just awful. And yet at the end of it, you're like, yeah, we won. We crushed it. So yeah, I think pressure is important. It's an important ingredient. Jose Andres was saying something. I'm sorry, I'm riffing on this, but Jose Andres was saying something. You know, that chef he's incredible and such a humanitarian, and has always been that way, but has really been recognized for that in the last few years. You know, every time there's a disaster, he just shows up and starts feeding people. And Time Magazine asked him how he was able to do that, and it's because as a chef, that's like he's doing it at a greater level, but it is what we do. You know, so many things go wrong in the kitchen and you never know when you're in the dining room, or at least if it's a great chef, you don't know, right? So like we prepare for disaster, and we are, you know, pivoting is an art to us. So, okay, this is the problem. We're not going to collapse and stop. We're going to find out, all right, what now? I had a wedding that Orlando and I did together, very small wedding, maybe like 75 people. One of the line cooks put barbecue sauce on the chocolate cake instead of ganache. Barbecue sauce, right? Like, and that went out to 75 people. And one guy, bless him, like 75 years old, he was like, I just thought it was avant-garde cuisine. And you know, this is what the hip kids are doing now. Like, you know, everybody else was like, but you know, what do you do? Okay, well, we can make chocolate mousse really quickly and we can, you know, get that out. We can fix this. You pinch hit, you pivot, you figure it out. Pressure makes you better. Does Social from a Distance Eventbrite provide their services for free? Eventbrite does not provide their services for free. And thank you, Rachel. We could push them to. I do appreciate that all of our guests tonight paid for the Eventbrite fees. We did not price this dinner to make money. We priced this dinner to make it happen. The logistics of getting the same food, you know, across 4 cities from 4 chefs, they were intense. And as wicked organized as I am, I would not have made it without Luke's resourcefulness and ability to tell me not to do everything myself or to even try to do everything myself. It's just a recipe for disaster and I do it to myself all the time. So that money went to help pay staff to help us make this happen. As much as I love Chris saying, yeah, let's get 3,000 people in here. I had a panic attack when that happened.
So did I. No, we're doing it next time. Listen, here's the thing. If you're still in the chat, and I know that there's 28 of you, sub 3 people, like share this. It's going to be on the YouTube. Share this. We have news media outlets and tech companies and like everybody that wants to share this. But honestly, like this is a revolution, right? You think of if you are here in the chat still and you work for a company, whether it's hospitality or a small business, you think of there's a boulder that gets in your way. And I am so probably drunk at this point to say this, but
Should I mute him now?
No, don't do it yet. I'm almost there. There's a boulder in your way, right? Like you need to iterate to find a way that the services that your company has provided during a time of normalcy, whether it's hospitality, service. I work for a software company, and the majority of our services are in person, and we're finding a way to promote telehealth services for mental health facilities. But how do you get from where you are now to where you need to be to still continue to offer services and revolutionize your business to the point where you're still profitable? Right? You do what you need to do to survive, whether it's, I think that we got this question earlier to say this was an amazing event, but what about people that want to cook at home or want to make their own cocktails at home, right? I think that this is a fantastic jumping off point for us to be able to offer additional pieces for Sarah and Luke and Tim and Michael to say, hey, not only are we going to do a food event, but we're going to be able to do a cooking at home event, and you can support your local farmers through your own farmers markets in your geographic territory. One of the things that's near and dear to my heart, through Kate and I, we've both done cocktail classes from a year and a half ago till now. We'd like to find a way to be able to support those people that are the front of the house, that are the mixologists and bartenders, to offer an at-home cooking class. But this was the point in time where we said we're going to jump forward and offer something new to everybody. So stay tuned to hear, to Provisions by Pure, to Taylor and the Cook, to the Cellar in Corning, to Sarah Hassler in Syracuse. But this is something that we want to catch flame and be the people that spark a revolution in the way that the hospitality provides their services to people.
Great moment here. Hannah mentioned, and I'm sorry that I'm sure Hannah's not actually Hannah, maybe Hannah's dude, but that's what you're called. But anyway,
Hi, Hannah's dude.
Hi, Hannah's dude. Or maybe it's actually it. There we go. Hi, I think Drew, right?
Drew, yeah.
There we go.
That's right.
Okay, so going off of what Chris said, New York State does have COVID-19 mental health hotline to help people dealing with anxiety and hardship associated with the virus. Really important message. Absolutely use mental health services. I need a new therapist in this area. Need to work that out. I've been saying that for months. Anyway, definitely support that 100%. Because this industry is, well, a lot of industries, but I can only speak to this one, is riddled with anxiety, substance abuse, depression, lots of things. I joke a lot. I went to college to become an English teacher first. I wanted to be an English professor. And so I got to college and I saw all of the professors were depressed coke addicts. They were brilliant, don't get me wrong, but they were sad. And I was like, no, this isn't for me. I'm going to go to a nice, clean, happy place. I'm going to become a chef and join the restaurant industry where there's more substance abuse and depression and nonsense than any other industry. It's just nonsense. Anyway, so yeah, I chose this path on purpose, I promise. Yes, so I want to expand CNY Helps as far as possible. I mean, if we could get the thing statewide, I am in. I love a logistical challenge, obviously, but I would love to get that as activated as possible. The important thing is not just the donations. We need restaurants to sign up, and we need workers to sign up. So if you know people that are working in those counties, if you know restaurants that are doing delivery or takeout of any kind in those counties, please share that link. It is all over my Facebook and my Instagram. It's on my website. Please spread that like wildfire, because that is actually helping. And I'm really grateful for that. Okay, any other questions at this point from anybody? Hi, Rachel. I can actually see you right now. Hi. Lots of great emails coming in. So I'm in like some weird alternate universe. I feel like Chad because I have a Windows Surface open over here and a MacBook open over here and an iPhone open over there. Hi, everyone.
That's exhausting.
And I'm like, what am I doing? And so I'm getting emails over here and chat over there. And then like Facebook's open over here. And occasionally I'm like typing to Chad through Telegram.
So wait, am I wrong? All this communication is way more exhausting than like real work.
Dude, so much more.
It's like all I do every day.
I'm so tired. We're video. You said it the other day.
Not that I don't love you guys.
Now. We're phone chefs.
Yeah, we're phone chefs now.
Yeah. Every day it's like 4 million phone calls. Rachel, did you want to say something?
Just wanted to say you guys were so fantastic. The food was so good. I don't even like black beans. Like, can we just talk about that for a second? When I saw that on the menu, I was immediately like, and then I tasted it and I was like, oh my God, this is so good.
Good.
Everything across the board was amazing. I really appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
It felt good to be a part of something. I think it's just because of where we are right now in the world, but it felt really good to be a part of something. And even if it was on a computer, I don't care. I'm glad for that. I'm incredibly appreciative of it.
Yeah. Shout out to my little sister, everybody. That's Rachel Hassler / Nud. But yeah, can't you tell? Can you tell?
Yeah, I mean, now that you said it.
Yeah.
That was a fantastic comment that she put in the chat about Buffalo and Rochester and the west side of the state. I think that's a great opportunity for us to get involved in. I think if you know chefs or you're involved in the hospitality industry and you have somebody that you're saying, hey, we'd love to have this be available, we'll send out communication over the next 48 hours. Let's all recover from tonight. But we'd love to hear your thoughts of if you're not in the swath of central New York from Southern Tier to Watertown and you were involved tonight, if you're Utica and farther to Albany or to Buffalo and Rochester markets, who you'd love to see involved in a farm to table sense, but also somebody that can push the boundaries of food. Sarah and I talked about Nosh in Rochester of an executive chef that has influences from his Polish and Korean background and Southwestern upbringing. But we want to provide the best possible experience for all of you as guests at our long table as possible.
Yes, there will be a question in the survey about who you might like to see at the next thing. Hold on, Chad needs a code. Oh God, stress. Okay, so any other questions? I know a lot of people are bowing out. Some people are just hanging, and that's totally okay. I just want to make sure we get to any other questions. Michael has officially left, so he could play with his daughter at home. She is 5. Her name is Clara. She is awesome at garnishes, better than some cooks I know. Printed out reheat instructions included in the box. Okay, that's a great idea. Yeah, I totally understand. And we weren't explicit about like, hey, you're going to need to, have access to your kitchen. We're like we do, we're building walls out of ideas here, Carrie, and that's a really great point. I am looking for all of that feedback in the survey. This is not just a here, please pass the hat and tell us how great we are. We don't care about that. We want to know how we can make it better. Really, because if we're going to do it again, we need that after action review. We want to come back and talk about what worked, what didn't, and what we're going to do better the next time. So please take all of those thoughts after the wine has settled out of your system, which is why you're getting that survey on Sunday as well. Chris is getting his on Monday. Yes, go ahead.
I'll be ready.
I always thought I was super awkward on camera and on these meetings, but now that I saw 100 90 people or whatever it was. They're just as bad as me. Maybe worse.
You weren't awkward at all, Luke. You were great.
I feel awkward, but that's just my mentality.
We all feel awkward. Nobody wants to be on camera. Like it's exhausting.
No,
it's a
some
different
people
level.
do.
Listen,
Okay,
I take photos for a living.
See? This guy.
There is no possible angle that somebody eating on camera, whether it's video or standard camera, nobody looks good eating anything. Somebody's like, "You look great eating brownies." No.
Oh no. People should not eat food
On camera is a
camera.
no-no.
Although, except for in
Don't do
this, you know. But I'm with you. Okay, so now that we're dwindling, people are leaving. Luke loved the short rib and really appreciated you explaining how you made the polenta. Yeah, maybe we could talk a little bit more about how we got to that part of the food, because yeah, that would be good. But I want to do quick shout outs to some people that are here that I see. A little bit of Megan and Alex, recently married on Skype. Their wedding happened on Skype, which was totally amazing. I mean, they were together in person, but to follow along with the protocol, I attended that wedding on Skype, which was incredible.
So
good night, Amanda.
shout out to catering. If you need to do a wedding via Skype or Zoom, I know a guy that his business is based in Auburn that would cater anybody in the central New York to deliver meals to those people.
Yeah, Meg and Alex are based in Corning, or Painted Post, actually representing out there. So they would probably most likely, you know, switch over to Michael. But I want to say hi to Krista and Wes out there. Hi, I see you lurking there in the background. Krista put together every single box. She stamped and assembled every single box. And I remember walking out into the dining room, seeing the piles and going, we're going to need more people. And then a few hours later, it was like magic, like queen. That was amazing. That was amazing.
We appreciate you.
Hey, Sarah, FYI, there's still people in the rooms. I extended the meeting to midnight. So those folks that are hanging out in their tables that can stay and hang out as long as they want. I'm passing host back to you and I'm leaving. I just wanted to let you know that I did that.
Heard. Do I have to do a thing like, so if I just leave this here? And it's okay?
just leave everything up and the meeting will end automatically at midnight anyway. So
okay, cool. Like I don't have to stay till midnight, right? Because
no.
slept 2
Just
hours
leave it
last
up
night.
and it'll just
Okay.
it'll go when it's
Sweet.
time.
Chad, if you're heading out, dude, like thank you so much for everything that you've done over the last couple of weeks to knock this out of the ballpark from a technical aspect. I feel that I'm tech savvy, working for a tech company for for 15 years amongst everyone that I did, but you absolutely were an amazing resource in helping out and knocking it out of the park for everybody here, because without this, without you, this would not have been possible.
I appreciate that. I'm one of the lucky ones that I work for a really good company that is not only paying all of us, and it's paying certain people to that need to stay home because we need them on rotation. So I'm lucky enough to continue to be paid. So I'm happy to contribute my time to help with something like this for all of you guys. Absolutely. So I'll let
Chad,
you guys
don't
go.
bounce just
Enjoy your
yet.
evening.
Wait, don't
oh,
bounce.
okay.
I want
What?
to tell this story really quickly. 3 minutes tops.
Okay.
So Chad and I did not always get along. Surprise. We got along best after a very interesting experience. For a couple of months, Chad worked for me at the cellar as a cook, and I was the chef, and he was a cook, and he is my older brother, right?
This is
so
true.
yes, chef to your little sister, that's hard, right? But so the moment that I earned, like the moment that our relationship re-solidified into something was Valentine's Day. It's always on Valentine's Day. I was working saute, and Michael can tell you, it is, you get all 10 entrees all come off the saute station. And so in that kitchen, one person is always getting crushed. There's no split. It doesn't matter. I was getting crushed. I was in the weeds. We were about 3/4 of the way through the night. I don't remember how many covers, but it felt like the Battle of Helm's Deep, where it's, 300 dudes versus 10,000 orcs, and you better be prepared. Anyway, 3/4 of the way through the night, I have like 5 steaks in the oven. I have all of my burners going. I got this kale working over here, and I'm cooking the kale in a saute pan with another saute pan on top of it as a lid, because we don't use lids on the line. Like, it's all saute pans, it's all go. So I got this kale cooking, and I'm spinning back and forth, right? Because I'm plating multiple dishes. I'm throwing stuff up in the window. I'm yelling at Chad. It was a really fun job. Anyway, getting all this done, right? So in the process of spinning, I knocked one of the pan handles over the flame next to it. Didn't see it. When I spun back, that pan handle had been over a white hot flame for 2 or 3 minutes. And I grabbed it with my bare hand like a total idiot. And I screamed, dropped the kale. Well, I didn't drop the kale, I dropped the lid. And Michael was there, and he's looking at me, and I have tears streaming down my face. Michael's like, do you want me to take over? Like, are you good? Are you okay? Like, massive burn across my hand. And so I screamed at Michael. I was much more hot-headed then, and I'm sorry. I was like 26. Give me a break.
Wait, you were worse?
I was worse. I screamed at Michael, and I was like, you're gonna take my dignity now from me too? Are you serious? Bring me a scotch and a bucket of ice water, and we're gonna finish this. And I finished the night. And after that, Chad was just like, all right.
Yeah. Respect.
That's it. Like, we're good. But yeah, we became friends because of that. So I'm grateful.
Yep. That's absolutely true. I to this day, I have people that work for me, and I use things that I learned on the line in the cellar with my team today. Simple things like acknowledgement. Sarah's always saying heard. He always in the kitchen, so always like heard, yes, chef, blah blah blah, whatever. And I've had to teach people that have come to work for me. It's like, we say something to acknowledge that you heard what I said, so that means that we can move forward. And if you don't do that, nothing moves forward. So if you ever worked for me or you're with my teams, you'd see them in the chat room, and it's like, Roger, heard, whatever those. So even little things like that I've picked up that I use to this day. And I mean, once you've worked in a kitchen, even to the little degree that I did in the small kitchen that I did, but I learned a ton. It was a blast. I'm glad I don't do it anymore, and I'm happy doing this.
Most people are.
Yeah. All right, I'll let you guys go. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chad. I appreciate it.
But yeah, I don't see a ton of questions in, but obviously I want to keep the conversation going. But for the 2 chefs that are still in the room right now, and I'll toss it to Sarah first and then Luke afterwards. We didn't.
Tim's
really
still here.
What?
Tim is still here.
Tim is here.
Oh, Tim! Thank Jesus.
So you guys know who Little Dicky is?
Yes.
Tim.
Why
You have a resemblance.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeet.
I've never seen.
I usually get
Dickie, I've only heard.
I just discovered that.
Shout out to Luxardo cherries from Sarah Hassler from 9 months ago. Still
A
good.
long time ago, more than a year now.
Still good, and you need them for your old fashions if you're not already. But I want to go through Sarah, Tim, and Luke. We didn't really talk about this at the beginning, but talk to us a little bit about why you got involved in wanting to be a chef, right? Like, it's like, oh my God, like this is the Barbara Walters special right now.
I'm gonna let you guys go first because I know we have different paths.
We definitely have different paths.
But I think it's the most thankless, potentially from the public, occupation that's out there, right? Like, you give everything that you are to make people feel good about what's going on. But Tim, we'll go east to west. Talk to us a little bit about, how you were inspired, when it started to get involved in the hospitality industry.
I was born in a restaurant. I was predisposed to this god-awful way of life. And I try real hard to make sure that my sons don't follow that path for me. But if they do, they will have done so because it's what they really passionately want to do. I grew up my dad owns a diner. He was in here with us tonight. He's gone now, I think. But I grew up in a diner, and food and hospitality, even though it was a more casual sort of an operation, that's where I spent my days. That's where I spent my summer vacations. That's where I started my first work long before it was legal for me to work, and washing dishes and flipping eggs and making omelets. And then when my mouth got the better of me and my dad fired me, and I went across the street to another restaurant, and that was a more fine dining dinner service restaurant, and they had served they had gone to school for cooking. A couple of the cooks and one of the owners had a degree in hospitality, and they kind of suggested that that could be something that I would do as a career. So that's when it became something other than just the family business for me. And I never looked back. I have been in hospitality for my entire life, save for a short period of time where I decided I would leave a restaurant to see what a real job was like, a desk job. And I did that for a couple of years, but I guess I'm back in the kitchen now. So 25 years later, I'm still doing what I started doing, but you said the words thankless, Chris. It is oftentimes thankless, but very often more so rewarding for me, and all the people that thank us for what we do. This is hospitality. Our job is to make people happy. It's to fill their bellies and to give them a sense of that they're wanted, and that we want them to be where they are, and that's just all I know. I don't know anything else, and that's what I do.
Tim, is your dad's diner in the Utica, New Hartford greater area?
Both my wife and I grew up a little bit north of Utica. So yeah, if you head up Route 12 out of Utica on your way to Luke's Camp in Old Forge, you pass my dad's diner. It's a really weird combination of bowling alley, bar, and diner called Adirondack Lane.
Been there.
Yeah, that's my dad.
Drinking beer this summer. Let's go.
You can park a snowmobile trailer in the back parking lot.
Yes, you can. Yeah, absolutely can. That's my dad's place.
That's so funny.
Small world.
Sarah, what was the catalyst for you to be involved in the hospitality industry?
I was also born into it. My parents both cook, and my dad is a serial entrepreneur. Big surprise. But he owned restaurants, and his dad owned restaurants. His dad owned a restaurant called Hassler's Family Restaurant in someplace in the middle of nowhere in Pennsylvania, where like the chicken, it was back in the the 70s. The chickens were alive in the back and dead in the front. It was serious, like as farm to table as you got. It's pretty gross. I was not there, not alive. Anyway, so born into it, but I didn't go directly into the back of the house, specifically because I grew up watching Great Chefs on PBS, and they were all dudes. So I thought that like it was just not that I had a chip. I know, Luke, what you're thinking. Not that I had a chip on my shoulder about that, but that was what I saw. So I thought that it was truly like a man's job. So the catalyst was I got a divorce at 23 years old and moved 3,000 miles across the country to Seattle. I sold everything that I owned except for 2 suitcases and the cat that I got to replace the husband that I left, the cat that I still have, by the way. Love her. She's 13 now. Anyway, I moved to Seattle and I moved there to help open a chocolate martini bar in the front of the house as a manager. And every chef that came through those doors was a schmo, just like the worst possible. Couldn't even put butter on toast. And I was frustrated because I knew how to cook and I grew up watching my parents do it and watching all of these, shows on PBS, what these people doing it. So I knew. So when I moved back to New York, I started apprenticing in Corning. And then eventually met Orlando Rodriguez at Glenora Wine Cellars. He became my mentor. I thought he was terrifying and awesome, and I wanted to be just like him. So I signed up for the CIA, and I never looked back except for at the bill, which I still look at.
Yeah. Luke, what about you? I know
A little different.
Sarah, we've worked together quite a bit from your time at the Stoop, and we've recorded a podcast to talk about your inspiration and where you've come
Totally.
from. And that was the scariest thing that I did prior to this event. Putting ourselves out there to a public when chefs and those behind the curtain are kind of in the kitchen and not out in the forefront of the public. And now, Luke, as we transition to you, we've worked a little bit between, us and Sarah and to distill what your vision of being a chefpreneur in New York and beyond.
Chefpreneur? Did that just happen?
I don't fucking know it. This is my
That was upsetting. I think that was upsetting.
third old fashioned. So
okay.
I'd cut this out of the YouTube live. But you've been around the block a lot. You were at Savannah Dew, and you were on your own, and
I think he just called you old, Luke.
He is probably significantly older than Tim and you.
He's not significantly older than me. What?
I'm just more accomplished.
Hold on.
It's fine.
Hold on, wait. Oh, sit down. Can we get a poll?
Not really. Listen.
Hold up.
We need a poll in the chat.
I want a
Where's
poll.
support when you need them?
No.
Please tell me, how old do you think Luke is? Just pick a number. Put it in
Oh
the
my
chat.
God, this isn't fair.
This is the best thing I've done all day. Please.
Go ahead.
Anybody
Chris.
put how old do you think Luke is in the chat right now?
44.
Oh, Tim. Oh, Rachel, you're close.
I don't even remember.
Yes, Megan, yes. Megan knows.
Wait, who said what?
Megan said
Fuck no.
53 because she knows what Brittany said.
Oh.
And Rachel said 42. And Tim said 22 because he's nice to you.
Luke's in the high risk category, the 80 or older.
I just turned 40 like 2 months ago.
Yeah.
I realize I look tired, but I have worked like 40 hours in the last 44
Day.
hours.
I'm older than that.
Oh, Tim, you're the granddaddy of us?
Yes.
Because I'm 35.
How about Michael?
Michael is 40. I want to say 41, I think.
So we're all right there.
Yeah. Like we're in the time.
We're the wise old
Gotta
age.
turn 39 in a week.
Chris, we hate you right now. I do. Anyways.
I love you, buddy.
I don't even know what we're talking about right now. I'm just like, oh, I'm not that old.
No, you're not that old. You were supposed to be talking about your origin story, please.
Oh, that's right. We're going to go back to that. Okay, so this is how I became a chef. My mom was a horrible cook. And I love her to death. She's not with us anymore. But she could order pizza, and that's like, turkey dinner, like boiled food. There was nothing exciting happening in my house. So I took liking to cooking from a young age, but then like went to school for business management, and through that I worked as a baker, oddly enough, which I hate baking.
You hate baking. You make beautiful bread, by the way.
No, I'm good at it. I just hate it because it's time.
Did you hear that, everybody? He almost said amazing.
It's too time consuming for me. That's why I don't like baking.
I get it.
There's
I
too
get it.
many things on my plate every day to like.
I'd like to
make
hear
a
how
cake.
Tim feels about baking after doing pastry dish
Yeah.
for 280 people.
This was I was way out of my comfort zone. This
So
was
good.
That's what we're all out of our comfort zone. Look what we're
No
doing.
shit.
No one's ever done this before.
Right. True.
So my mom was a terrible cook, and then I learned how to cook like a little bit. But I worked in the industry like going through college, and I liked it because honestly, I could like drink all night and like get up at 10 in the morning and still not be late for work. So that's what originally drew me to it. And then I got like lucky. So I have this creative mind that needs to be pushed all the time. And I got lucky with some good jobs that like kind of lied my way into. But then like people let me do what I want because I was pretty good at it.
Luke likes to do what he wants. That's
Yeah,
a number
I'm a
one for
rebel.
him. Yeah, he
In
likes.
some
Now
ways.
he wants to be a rebel in the Gretchen Rubin scheme of things. He's actually an obliger, but he really wants to be a rebel so badly. He'd actually do anything for anybody else because they needed it.
Oh, 100%.
But would love to be seen as a rebel.
All right. So I'm crazy.
You guys realize what you've done tonight?
No.
Well, I
Sorry.
didn't hear that.
We're exhausted.
I just unmuted myself. I've been enjoying watching this banter for a little while. But I don't think you guys realize what you've done tonight. You have created in the food service world what Uber did to the taxi world. This was really amazing. And I would just want to tell you how much we enjoyed this and how much this is going to be. Put this whole coronavirus thing away. This is a whole new way of social interaction that I don't think people understand how important this event was to the social world. Sarah, what you've created is unprecedented. And I just want to give you great kudos for putting this whole event together. 300 people got together tonight and enjoyed I just had a gourmet meal in my home. And I didn't create it. I just went to Taylor and Cook and I picked it up. And yeah, I had to do a little stuff to it to eat it up, but you guys do not understand the immenseness of what you've created with this. And I'm glad we got just a few people to hear this because I think you need to understand how significant this is to all of us. I met a couple. We ended up in a private meeting room with a couple that we had never met before, that you guys placed us with.
Mm-hmm.
They literally live around the corner from us. And we're going to get together. We have a whole new relationship with people because of this.
That's awesome.
I want to tell you how this was more than just an opportunity to give some people some good food and a good time for a night. You created a whole new concept of gourmet dining together. And all the chefs and the different ingredients, and I tasted stuff that I could never have imagined tonight. And I just want to tell you that you guys, and my wife is over here, she's somewhere nearby. But we so enjoyed this, and I can't wait for the next one. And honestly, forget about the quarantine and forget about this. We would do this even without a quarantine. I don't think this concept exists anywhere in the United States. And we
don't think so either.
No, this is straight up first of the kind. And, John, like it's amazing. And thank you for everything that you just said. In the most amazing thing is how many, I think media outlets that have reached out to Sarah, Luke, I don't know about, Tim and Michael. I talked with a catering software company earlier today. The best way to support this and keep moving it forward is share and comment and like. And social media is such a crux of what our society is right now. And Google reviews, if you spend 10 minutes while you're pouring a glass of wine and say, here are 5 restaurants that I love, I'm going to go leave a 5-star review and say, this is my favorite dish at that restaurant. The impact that it has for us, not only while we're in this time of question, but once we get out of that time of question, the way that we all rubber band back to being so much stronger versus coming into this is going to be amazing.
Yeah, so, before we were talking to the people that we were dining with tonight on video, and we talked about when the whole quarantine thing breaks up, we want to go to Auburn and enjoy the restaurant in Auburn. We want to go to all these other places that all the chefs that participated in this. We would never know about this kind of stuff. And, we have to